folks are going live in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening. Welcome to our special presentations. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to tonight's special presentations. On behalf of the City Council, we're proud to recognize July as Parks and Recreation Month. Right? Woo! Leading the charge is our Parks and Recreation Director, Jeremy Bubnick, and his entire team. Their commitment to this community and to making Moreno Valley a great place to live does not go unnoticed. Jeremy, would you please join me up front, and let's give you and your team a well-deserved round of applause. Welcome, Jeremy and the fun crew. Right? Definitely the fun crew. Come on, Dave. All right, awesome. Good to see you all. Let's give them another round of applause. The Parks and Recreation team plays a vital role in making our city a better place to live. They handle everything from hosting our largest community events, like the upcoming 4th of July, and our events, to keeping our parks clean, safe, and accessible. They run youth and senior programs, oversee recreation facilities, support our public art, and ensure our residents have access to high-quality services year-round. These skilled professionals show up every day to do the work that brings people together and strengthens our neighborhoods. For that reason, I'm proud to present this proclamation recognizing July as Parks and Recreation Month. This year's theme, Build Together, Play Together, speaks directly to their mission, creating public spaces that invite all of us to come together and enjoy what our city has to offer. Yay. Jeremy, would you like to share a few words on behalf of your team?
Of course.
There you go.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz. July is Parks and Recreation Month, and time to celebrate the vital role of recreation plays in building healthy, vibrant communities. This year's theme, Build Together, Play Together, emphasizes how parks and recreation professionals contribute to building thriving communities by providing essential services and fostering growth. Over the coming year, we will be building together several new parks, facilities, and amenities, including the Boneyard Dog Park at Gateway Park, the Flight Deck Bike Park at Morrison Park, the Lakeshore Village Branch Library, Senior Center expansion, new accessible playgrounds, new restrooms, sports field renovations, and much more. This month, we encourage everyone to play together by exploring their local parks, attend one of our community events, visit one of our 3 libraries, or sign up for one of our enrichment programs. In closing, I'd like to thank City Council for their support in making all of these things possible, my amazing staff for dedicating their lives to making yours better, and finally, thank all of you, the community, for making Moreno Valley a special place to build together and play together. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to have everyone use all 3 steps so that I can get the taller folks in the very back. This direction just a little bit, and you, sir, in the back this direction. There we go, making sure I can see everyone's face. Claudia, just a touch this way. All the short people trying to. All right, there we go. Nice big smiles, and 1, 2, 3. All right, we got it.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to, again, tonight's special presentations. I would like to thank you all for being here in support of our special presentations. And I'll be doing the Deputy and Classified Employee of the first quarter for 2025. Both deputies and classified employees from our Riverside Sheriff's Office are second to none, exemplifying service above self. Today, we honor very special individuals, each one making their community a safer and better place to live. Without further ado, please give a big round of applause for Deputy of the second quarter, Deputy Abel Juarez. Deputy Juarez is a shining example of professionalism, dedication, and service. As a field training officer, he not only helps shape the next generation of deputies, but consistently goes beyond his listed duties, often volunteering and taking proactive steps to protect our community. Those same steps have led to many excellent investigations to mention tonight. However, they directly contribute to the safety and well-being of all in our community. Deputy Juarez makes a difference every single day, and we are grateful for your outstanding work. Deputy Juarez would like to share a few words.
I wasn't ready for a speech, but I like to give back to the community. I grew up here in Moreno Valley. Proud to be back here and serve my community and make it safe as I can possibly. And like you were saying, hopefully I can shape up the new trainees that we're getting to come out here, and to, so we can build back our community and they can feel safe with us once again. And like I said, I'm here to work and then provide the safety for each and every Moreno Valley resident out here. Thank you, guys.
I have one more to go.
Everyone take a step this direction. All right, and 1, 2, 3. Wonderful.
Can we get one more?
2 more.
1, 2, 3. Have them maybe get one? Yes. Perfect. 1, 2, and 3. Hold on, hold on. Family.
One without family and then one with.
Okay. The chief.
All right, and 1, 2, 3. Wonderful. Come on.
Come on, family. Mom and Dad. Mom. Yes. Mom, I'm holding the baby. No, baby.
We're all family.
Wait till we tell you how to do your speech.
Complete the picture.
All right. Can we come over, Bernard? We can have you this. There we go. All right, there we are. And 1, 2, 3.
Oh, one more.
Two more. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 3, 2, and big smiles. Big smiles. What happened? Perfect.
Thank you. One more to go. Please welcome the classified employee for the second quarter, Senior Accounting Assistant Maggie Bollinger. Did I pronounce it correctly? Bollinger. Ms. Bollinger has been with the Moreno Valley Sheriff Station for nearly 18 years, handling of all the invoices, purchase orders, cal cards within the office. She has been able to train multiple personnel throughout her time at the Moreno Valley Sheriff Station, but has recently put an emphasis on her responsibilities because Ms. Bollinger has just recently retired. Congratulations. Your dedication to the office and the connections that you've made spanning almost 2 decades reinforces the loyalty you have for your team and your community. Congratulations on your well-deserved retirement. We know the office won't be the same without you. Please applause. Ms. Bollinger, you were the glue of your department, as you can see out in the crowd tonight. Would you care to share a few words?
I just want to thank my team for this recognition, for the Sheriff's Department for the family feel that we have there. And also, I do work with a lot of the city employees here in the purchasing and the accounting. I've been working with them for over 10 years, doing invoices and stuff like that, and I want to thank them also. Thank you.
Take a few pictures. Okay, everyone move just a bit this direction. Yeah, we can do that. If I can get you on the second step. There we go. All right, and lift just a little. There we go. All right, and 1, 2, 3. Wonderful. Congratulations. And 1, 2, 3. There we go. One more.
Mayor Cabrera.
Alrighty, and if we can give one more big round of applause, please, for all of our special presentations this evening. Congratulations to everyone who was recognized, and appreciate your service to our community. Thank you for all that you do, and of course, wish you the best in retirement. I don't know where you went. Oh, there you are. Wish you the best in your retirement as well. Well-deserved 18 years. So thank you so much for your service to the city and our community as well. And with that, we will officially conclude our special presentations for today. We will be back in about 16 minutes for our regular council meeting. Thank you.
going back live in 5, 4, 3.
Good evening and welcome to the joint meeting of the City Council of the City of Moreno Valley. The City Council receives a separate stipend from the Community Services District if any CSD business is conducted at this meeting. I now call this meeting to order on June 17th, 2025 at exactly 6 p.m. We will go ahead and move into the Pledge of Allegiance, and I'll look to my colleagues to see if anyone would like to lead us in the pledge this afternoon. Councilmember Delgado will lead us in the pledge, and then please remain standing for the invocation given today by Pastor Guadalupe Gonzalez from Templo de Milagros.
Please join me by placing your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible.
Good evening. Welcome.
Before I give this invocation, I want to read Proverbs, if you allow me. 29:2, when it says, when the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked man rules, the people groan. Now, I believe I'm in front of a righteous people. So let's pray. Heavenly Father, I thank you, Lord Jesus, for this opportunity to be here in this City Council meeting. I pray that the presence of your Holy Spirit be present here and give wisdom, because it is difficult to lead people. Give them the strength, give them the wisdom for each issue that they're going to deal with and every decision that they're going to have to make. I pray this in the powerful name of Jesus Christ, the Son of God. Amen. Thank you. Bless you.
Thank you very much, Pastor Lupe. Really appreciate you joining us this evening for the invocation. Thank you. Next up, we'll go to item D. Roll call, please, and I'll turn it over to you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard,
Here.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Here.
Councilmember Delgado,
Here, ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem Bacasana Cruz,
Here.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, item E, motions to excuse. We are all present, so we'll move on to item F. Staff introductions, please.
Patty Rodriguez, City Clerk.
Monia Gomez, Senior City Clerk, Senior Deputy City Clerk, sorry.
Stephen Quintanilla, City Attorney. Brian Mohan, City Manager.
Lana Jimenez, Assistant City Manager over Administration.
Dina Hill, Chief Financial Officer, City Treasurer.
Sean Kelleher, Assistant City Manager, Development.
Angelica Fraustalupo, Community Development Director.
Keith Gemmel, Acting Economic Development and Housing Director.
Melissa Walker, Director of Public Works.
Jeremy Bubnick, Director of Parks and Community Services.
Robert Cardenas, Human Resources Director.
Jesse Park, Fire Chief.
Sarah Mack, Chief of Police.
Thank you, team. It's always a pleasure to be here in the chamber to conduct our city's business. And with that, we will go ahead and move to item G, approval of order of the agenda. And I will bring it back to the dais and look to my colleagues to see if there are any requests. If not, we're looking for a motion and a second to approve the order of the agenda.
So moved.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Bacasana Cruz,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that motion carries unanimously. Next up is item H, public comments on matters not on the agenda. And a friendly reminder that the city now offers language translation services through a free app called Wordly. The app automatically translates a variety of languages into English and vice versa. To use this service, please scan the QR code at the speaker's sign-up table by the double doors. For the visually impaired, please use your earphones or earbuds to listen to the verbal translation. If you do not have any such listening devices, please let the city clerk staff know, and we will gladly let you borrow some for this meeting. La ciudad actualmente ofrece servicios de traducción de idiomas a través de una aplicación gratuita llamada Wordly. Si gustan usar este servicio, por por favor avísenle a la secretaria y entregue una tarjeta para hablar. Para usar la traducción, escanee el código QR que está en la mesa junto a las puertas. Before we move on to public comments, I'd like to remind everyone to direct their comments to the City Council. For comments on items on tonight's agenda, each speaker will have a total of 3 minutes to comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on non-agenda items?
We do, Mayor. The first 3 speakers are James Armour, followed by Fred Benuelos, followed by Christopher Baca.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. James Armour, Moreno Valley social worker. Came here to do my impact report for Inland Compassion. Next month, we're reaching the next quarter, so I'm going to release a quarterly update. So I'll print out a packet and bring it to the next month, either the first City Council meeting or the third one. Just depends on how busy I get. And then, so yeah, for last month, we served 93 individuals, 27 in the street outreach, 83 of those that we served were homeless, and then 10 families, and we were able to connect 6 individuals to housing. Right now, I'm trying to do a street outreach with the street medicine team. I want to be able to go out there and see if we can get people into recuperative care. And then I forged a partnership with the COC, the Continuum of Care of Riverside County, so I'm really excited about that. For my DSW program, I'm studying unsheltered homelessness, so I'm excited about that. Next month, we're doing a back-to-school mobile free market. So we're going to be giving out backpacks and stuff like that, food. We're still doing the Meals on Wheels program still. We're getting 150 meals, sometimes 300 meals a month. And then I just got a bunch of medical equipment donated. So we have walkers, wheelchairs, bedside commodes, shower chairs, adult briefs. So if anybody knows anyone who's in need, if they don't have health insurance, or let's say they do have health insurance, but they already got those DME covered by insurance, then more than likely might not approve it again within within 2 years. So boom, just let me know. I got a bunch of stuff. And but yeah, so same old. We're just enjoying helping the homeless in Moreno Valley, and I'll keep you guys updated. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next 2 speakers are Fred Benuelos, followed by Christopher Baca.
Hello, everyone. I just came from Moreno Valley Unified. 3 meetings going on tonight. I thought it was very important that I go there first. I made it, and now I'm here. I made it here. One of the things I talked about was their flag situation. They had it the wrong way, so I made it clear of how to respectfully display our flag. Recently, it was Flag Day on Saturday. I get disappointed when I see people burning our American flag. And it's just very disappointing. I see a lot of people recently in these protests that are carrying the Mexican flag. And, I get, they're saying they love Mexico, but it's kind of ironic that no one loves Mexico like the people who refuse to live there. And other things, I'm so happy. Recently my road got fixed. I'm so happy about that. And then today, I'm so lost. There was tree trimming going on my street. So I'm really happy about that going on. I didn't know that was going on, and all of a sudden, looking at my camera, somebody's knocking on my door. I'm working from home, and I start running out there, and this guy's going, "Yeah, we're gonna do the trees." I'm like, "What? For free? Nothing's for free." So I know somehow it was covered, I don't know, with tax money, but I'm so happy that took place today. It was kind of interesting because I was worried about the heavy trucks coming on the road messing up the new road, but I'm happy. Thank you guys, I appreciate you. And let's see if there's anything else here that I want to talk about. No, I think that's it. Valverde Unified has a school meeting tonight. I'm going to see if I can go make that one too. But this is getting crazy for us to try to, address our government when there's 3 meetings going on all at once. So I wish somebody would change it. I was able to get here. Hope you guys have a safe night. Good night.
The next 2 speakers are Christopher Baca, followed by Bob Palomares.
Good evening, community, staff, and elected officials. My comments are my own. And what I wanted to talk about was a couple weeks ago, we had our President Trump, who came out and stated that his parade for the anniversary, the 250th anniversary of the service members was going to be paid for by himself and some sponsors and so forth, that the taxpayer, there would be no burden on the taxpayer. But of course, it's turning out to be a $45 million expenditure that could have been used for people in this country, and like veterans and homeless and so forth. And my point being is that that's very similar to what's going on in our city with Highland Fairview. If people go back and look at the hearings or read some of the agreements, Benzivi, when he was out there, I pay for everything. I pay. I'm going to pay for everything. There's going to be no cost. But turn around and what's going on? What's going on? The city is paying for his infrastructure, and it's been happening over and over and over and over again. The city's pocketbook is being drained by special interests. Those costs are going to special interests, to developers who promised that it's not going to be no cost to the city, but yet he made so many promises, and it's just like amazing how no people here on staff or elected officials stands up to this bull crap. It's just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous that the taxpayer continues the burden of putting infrastructure for his promises made, promises broken. Some of the stuff that was promised are not being fulfilled. Currently, you have lights being put on his property down Nason. I understand, of course, you turned it around and said, no, the city is, but that's for his development. That was supposed to be for Aquabella. And now he's coming out with some other bull crap about the town center at Aquabella. Now you're putting in infrastructure for him. All those lighting, you're putting in the electricity for his projects. We're not stupid. I always say you're either stupid, you think we're stupid, or you're acting stupid. But it's probably a little bit of all mixed together.
The next speaker is Bob Palomares.
Good evening, Council. It's always a pleasure to recognize our first responders every time I come up here. I want to talk a little bit about hate. There's a lot of it going around, and it'll screw your soul over. It's no good. It's no good for the soul. But really what I want to say is I want to talk about the Juneteenth. I don't know if any of you know that back in 1838, the Black Seminoles, which were descendants of slaves that went to Florida, and when they got to Florida, the U.S. military rounded them up, took them on the Trail of Tears up to Oklahoma. And when they got up there, all that was promised to us was just a lie. They were supposed to have a better life up there, but it was just to round them up. So 2 of them that led the Black Seminoles in that group told them, we're going back, we're going to Mexico, because there's a town in Mexico, Coahuila, Mexico, 100 miles south of the Texas border, that celebrates Juneteenth. The descendants of the Black Seminoles go there annually and celebrate, and it's called El Día de los Negros, which is the Day of the Blacks. So it's deep-rooted in Mexico. Black Seminoles. I said, wow, I never knew that. Then I looked a little further, and Mexico had a black president. I said, wow, what else is there? You know, just great history. And these are things you'll never read in a history book here. Maybe in Mexico you will, but I thought it was interesting, and, you know, happy Juneteenth. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes all of public comments on items not on tonight's agenda.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We will go ahead and move into joint consent calendars. And before I open the consent calendar for public comment, I will bring it back to the dais and look to my fellow colleagues to see if there are any items that they wish to remove from the consent calendar for separate action.
I'd like to hear the staff report for I-6 and have discussions and the opiate settlement.
Item I-6, pull for staff report and questions, and I guess we'll take separate action just to simplify things. So item I-6, are there any other requests from the council? Not questions, but comments. Sounds good. Okay, so we will go ahead and take I-6 first. We will, I'm not sure if there's a question here.
I'm sorry, I thought I heard another item that you wanted a report on, no? Just I-6, okay.
Okay. So yeah, we'll move into I-6 and then we'll come back and take up the rest of the consent calendar. So first, we will turn it over to staff for a staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. So this item before you tonight is an item that stems from many years ago, in which multiple states had various lawsuits with the pharmaceutical companies that had created opioids and the opioid crisis that we had about a decade ago and continue to have moving forward. There were more than 4,000 lawsuits, and in July 2021, settlement announced approximately $26 billion to all states, counties, and cities. If you recall, for some of you that were on council in 2022, at June 4th, 22, council approved resolution 22-01, authorizing the participation in a multi-district litigation of the opioid lawsuits, as well as allowed the city manager's office to execute various participation agreements with subsequent lawsuits that came out and still continue to come out. All that being said, currently we have received approximately $1.4 million from a multitude of various lawsuits that we're party to in settlement agreements, as well as we expect to receive approximately a total of $3.7 million through 2038. And there's various framework for each of the lawsuits and various distributions and various requirements and regulations as to how to spend those particular funds and timing as to when those funds are actually spent. Recently, we went to the Public Safety Subcommittee at their last meeting last month and proposed the various uses based on the regulatory framework of each of the lawsuits and settlements. And in essence, the item before you tonight is what the Public Safety Subcommittee had approved for consideration by the entire council. And that is to work on an MOU with RUHS, Behavioral Health Department, Riverside University Health System, because I know not everybody knows the various acronyms and so forth that we state, in order to support their mobile crisis team. So if you recall, Riverside University Health System Behavioral Health Department created 2 mobile crisis teams here in Moreno Valley over the last year and a half. It is grant funded. That grant funding will run out at some point. It is not through the city. And so what this will do is this particular funding will enable those particular teams or a mobile crisis team, depending on negotiations, to continue into the future with this particular funding. The bulk of the funding will go to that particular priority, as well as a secondary priority and required per the lawsuit and the settlements is an educational piece. And basically what that is to partner with possibly county behavioral health or going out for an RFP with partners from the school districts and other potential community-based organizations to identify potential gaps in an educational campaign to educate people to basically avoid taking opioids in the future, moving away from opioids if you are using opioids, the detriment to some of the opioids that are out now, such as fentanyl and so forth. And, you know, one use could potentially cause irreparable harm or death. And so this would be a secondary priority per the required settlement agreements, and we'd be looking at roughly $300,000 to $400,000 for that particular funding, and the bulk of the funding out of the $3.7 million going to trying to continue the Riverside University Health System's mobile crisis teams, which do help in these particular situations as well, because it's not only behavioral health, but it is addiction and so forth. And so therefore, we'd be looking at entering into those priorities through 2038 and being able to expend the total funds based on when we actually receive future distributions. I am available for any conversation or question you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. So we'll go ahead and bring it back to the dais for council questions of staff.
What other like programs could the money be used for? So I see that you want to fund the mobile crisis team, and then what's the second one that you want to do?
The educational piece.
Right. What else could you use the money for?
So based on the settlement agreements and the lawsuits, the expenditure plans could include basically naloxone distribution. The state of California, that distribution project distributes about 4 milligrams of nasal spray to try and bring somebody out of potential overdose. RUHS distributes that to the public, considering second locations in the city already. RSO already receives that, or what probably is more commonly known as Narcan. From the state, it is free within the state of California for first responders, emergency, hospitals, and quite frankly, CBOs and residents alike. They can get it from the county, and they can go ahead and administer themselves to the family members, and or CBOs have recently started going through and doing various training on how to administer Narcan and public awareness. So this would be a educational aspect. When we look at the CBOs and going out for RFP, that would be one of those things that we would also want to bring into that educational piece is how they go about in receiving Narcan, getting it for free, how do they go about administering and so forth. The other items are medication-assisted treatment, and in looking and doing the research, the county provides those services. There's also pregnant and postpartum women for screening and intervention, neonatal abstinence syndrome support, warm handoff programs, which broaden the scope of transition to recovery and wraparound services, and the diversion of people with SUD from the justice system. There's also treatment from and for the incarcerated, prevention programs and educational awareness campaigns like what we're going to be entering in if approved tonight. Harm reduction programs such as syringe services and various research and data collection that can be recovered or cost recovered through the various governments that would do those types of research. So those are the types of expenditures that would fit into the expenditure plan for each of the settlements and lawsuits. And in looking at all of those and going through the list and determining whether or not some of those services are already within Riverside County, staff had recommended the RUHS Mobile Crisis Team and the educational piece because we feel that the educational piece is a bit lacking in the services provided to our residents here in Moreno Valley.
How would we identify the people who receive the education and prevention programs? Would it be by whatever entity responds to the RFP? They would be putting that into their proposal because, like, I think the education is really important. I don't know if, you know, these kids know how dangerous this is because I don't think they want to die at 16, you know. So who would identify the recipients of this educational programs?
Well, as part of the RFP, staff would actually take the actual expenditure plans that would, basically the requirements from each settlement and lawsuit, work them into the RFP so there's clearly identifiable regulatory framework, priorities, requirements, outreach, and that kind of drives then who potentially would bid on that RFP. I'm assuming that you would have potentially county behavioral health, you would have the school districts that would potentially partner, as well as a multitude of community-based organizations, nonprofits, even clergy, because they're all kind of doing this. And if you've heard some of the three entities that are the CBOs that are part of the pilot program, they already do some of that education. They do some of the Narcan distribution. They do some of the syringe services and so forth. And so that's where I would see a lot of the partners that we're already partnering with through our homeless and mental health and addiction programs would also be partnering with this.
For the mobile crisis management teams, how are they accessed? Is it through the police calling them in to help with mental health services?
Currently, the current process for the two mobile crisis teams is there is an aspect of the partnership with our law enforcement, but that's more of our CBAT teams. But our CBAT teams are clinicians from the Riverside University Health System Behavioral Health Department. So they have a direct connection, the CBAT teams have a direct connection to the mobile health, the mobile crisis teams. Those mobile crisis teams are out in the community outside of our law enforcement, outside of our city priorities. They're literally getting calls through their own contact, their own media, and so forth. What we do in the homeless department of and division of financial resources is we provide the contact information for the mobile crisis team so that people can contact them directly outside of our CBAT and law enforcement, and typical protocols if law enforcement needed to be called. But more importantly, just from an addiction standpoint and a mental health standpoint, that's why we've been partnering with Riverside University Health System's mobile crisis teams, because they have a direct link to the community through their own contact.
Okay, thank you. I think it's important that we use these funds as quickly as possible to, you know, do what we're supposed to do with this settlement. We sued for a reason, and I think we need to get these funds to counteract what has been happening. So
And to extend that thought, the 1.4 million that we currently have, we will try and expend as quickly as possible, because we've already been probably 2 years, possibly 2.5 years into receipt of some of those. Because we were receiving so many of these particular settlements and being partied to them, we wanted to kind of wait just to see potentially what were all of the expenditure plans and regulatory framework for each of them, because they're all a little different. And therefore, we will try and expend the funds as quickly as we have currently. And when we receive new distributions, we will already automatically be able to, with this approval tonight, go ahead and appropriate them based on these two priorities and get them into the works as quick as possible.
With this approval, would they come back to us to look at the programs, or would this be decided at a staff level?
So as part of the approval tonight, what it would do is it would approve the two priorities, and any future funding received based on the distributions up to the 3.7 would go ahead and continue to be expended in this manner based on these two priorities, and it would give the city manager the authorization to continue the MOU extension of time and the partnership and the educational piece extension of time as we have funds available. I do want to state that one thing, as this item was pulled on the consent calendar tonight, what was listed on the agenda was recommendation items 1 through 4. There's actually a fifth one that was on the staff report, but there was a little bit of a glitch in the software that it didn't come over in the publishing of the agenda. So item 5, I want to read it into public record. Authorize city manager or designee to approve subsequent agreements that effectuate the opioid settlement funds expenditure plan in accordance with available opioid settlement funds and procurement procedure 3.09 up to the available budget as previously approved by council and with concurrence of the city attorney.
That's not the one that's missing, it's the first one.
You are correct. I'm sorry. It is authorized budget as set forth in the financial impact section. Sorry.
Perfect.
I saw 1 through 4 and I automatically thought 5 wasn't there, but you are correct. Thank you for the correction.
For a job.
I know. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And before we go to public comment, are there any further questions for staff? Okay, seeing none. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak on I-6?
No, we do not, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So we'll bring it back to the dais. And just to briefly comment on this one as well, I'm glad that, we shouldn't even be here to begin with, but I do remember a few years ago when this first came to us, and, in the grand scheme of things, $26 billion settlement is just such a small amount for the amount of damage that has taken place across the country and really across the world when it comes to opioid addiction and decisions that Big Pharma has made over the course of many years. And so, this is a good thing that we're finally at this point where we can start to get this funding allocated, start to spend it, and hopefully have a positive effect on our community, especially most at-risk populations like youth, like homeless, and many others. So thank you for working on this and bringing it back, and look forward to seeing all of the work that's going to result from this funding that we're receiving. So thank you for that. Any other comments from the dais? Okay, and since this was pulled, we'll just go ahead and take separate action on it. I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve staff's recommendations. Yes.
Before you take separate action, I do believe that although it was pulled, there would be public comment on items removed for separate discussion prior to.
Yes, we made sure to ask just a second ago. Thank you for double checking. I'll ask again, any other requests that
Have
came in?
items, but not for this
Not for
particular
I-6.
item,
Okay,
not for I-6.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve staff's recommendations with the revisions that the city manager spelled out just a moment ago and read into the record. And looking for a second.
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Santa Cruz,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes,
Thank you.
that motion carries unanimously. And we'll go ahead and go back now to take up the rest of the agenda. So everything on consent minus I-6. And we will start from the top. So we'll go to any council questions of staff on the consent calendar. I don't see any. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Thank you, Mayor. We sure do. Joe Lockhart, followed by Christopher Baca.
Good evening.
Good evening, Council. How are you? And everybody here, especially the police officers. Thank you. I live, the back of my house fronts Ironwood. Fronts Ironwood. The back of my house is on Ironwood. Across from me is this big giant field, which they just fenced off recently, correct? Don't know why, but the donkeys aren't coming around anymore. The point is, I've lived in my house, August 1st will be 35 years. We've had one little fire that somebody started with a mother shooting fireworks off with their kids closer to Nason, and some brush fire early 90s, right after I moved in. Everything's pretty well maintained on that field. I don't know, between Marino Beach Drive and Nason, let's go with that. I was looking at previous fire maps, and they stop, instead of at my house and across the street from my house, they stop on the north side of Ironwood. All of a sudden, now this new map's got a little dip in it. It's bringing in all the houses along my tract, which backs onto Ironwood, every one of them, and some across the road from me. Why? Why, after all these years, is this being changed? Did somebody slip with a magic marker when they were doing a draft? Because it seems like it. There's been nothing major there. It's going to affect our property values, resale values. Maybe it'll lower our taxes because we can't afford necessarily to buy the insurance without having to go through the state now with this supplemental insurance policy. The neighbors I've talked to this week didn't know anything about this meeting. Now, Mr. Haig, George Haig, was kind enough to send out an email a while back to whoever's on his mailing list to advise us of this. It's a little concerning because I don't have a concern. Somebody else has a concern. Those foothills, been there forever, and I think we had a fire in Redlands a while ago, a long time ago, but that's about it. So also it heads down towards the south side of Ironwood, where the open field is between Oliver, which is the side of my house, and Marino Beach Drive. So I request that you review this, because why would you put my house and all the other people in my neighborhood into this position where we're in high fire danger? Red, super red, okay? I think the bedroom in my house is on a little brown and yellow. That's about it. It looks kind of silly when you look at it, when you blow the map up. And I was looking at the other maps from 09, I think even 22. They stopped right there on the north side of Ironwood. So I respectfully request that this gets reevaluated, okay? Because it's going to affect it. I've already got a notice of cancellation for my homeowner's insurance. They said, okay, you can buy this, but it's going to be limited, and you have to go now buy a policy, supplemental rider from the state, which I haven't even looked into yet because my policy is not due till August. So respectfully, I request you guys review this and not approve it tonight. Thank you very kindly.
The next speaker is Christopher Baca.
Good evening again. My comments are my own, and they don't reflect on anyone else other than myself. A little recap on my issue is on I-21, which has to do with the repaving and the sewer lines that are, drainage lines that are going in Alessandro. Recap on that is that I've been asking why the city is doing this, as well as other issues that were already part of the development agreement. If people would look and see the hearings and read the agreements, Alessandro was supposed to be blocked off from just past Redlands all the way to Gilman Springs. That is part of the WLC development agreement. It's an agreement, but yet the city continues doing these things. And I asked Mr. Mohan, and with all due respect, with the emphasis on do, you're a fucking liar. You're just a fucking liar. Don't you get enough? $305,000 salary, isn't that enough for you? Do you need more bribes? As well as whoever the hell is doing the capital improvements. And then our city attorney, he gets paid close to $1 million a year. Isn't that enough? Do you have to continue getting bribes or whatever the hell you're doing to get these things on agenda and having the city pay for this? It is part of the agreement for the WLC for him to do Alessandro. Why do you continue doing this?
Just a
I don't understand.
Direct the comments to the city council, please.
I am directing them to the public. And the hierarchy here is the public, your elected officials, and then your staff. The public is not in agreement with you giving special interests their due agreements and paying for their agreements. So that is bullshit. And this is bullshit. And it needs to stop. And I hope, I don't know what's going to happen here, but something will happen as far as there being lawsuits or the city being investigating for corruption, because this is straight out blatant corruption. And you don't have the right to do this on the taxpayers' back. You should be ashamed of yourself. You don't live in this community, so you don't give a fuck. Shame on you.
Mayor, I know that it's not typical that we respond to comments on not on the agenda, but I do believe that Joe Lockhart on item I-1, as they were not here during the first reading, we did discuss that item is developed based on state fire marshal maps that were released by the state. The city actually does not have any decision as to how those maps are developed, why those maps are developed, the wildfire severity hazards that the state leans on any property. And the only requirement that the city has based on that particular item is the fact that we are required by the state, mandated by the state, that we approve an ordinance. And so last meeting was the first reading, this meeting's the second reading. And unfortunately, we are also mandated to have public viewing timeline. And so that's been actually in the public for roughly 2.5 months. And this is the final approval to, in essence, bring that into our codification of our municipal code. The city has no authority to make any revisions to the state fire marshal maps, and unfortunately, this is just a state mandate. Regarding item I-21, I thought I was very clear in the CIP budget approval. I made a statement as part of that presentation that the agreement with WLC specifically only calls out that WLC is responsible for the recirculation and the new circulation of Alessandro as it goes out towards Gilman Springs, trying to basically bring that street more in an alignment as opposed to how it is jagged at this particular point in time. I did specify at that particular point in time that all of the maintenance and the liabilities reside with the city. It is our asset. The only thing that is in the WLC specific plan and amendment is the recirculation that needs to occur as they build out towards the south. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, thank you so much. Thank you. So at this time, we will conclude the public comment on the consent calendar. We'll bring it back to the dais for council deliberation comments before we take an official vote. I did have just some quick comments on a couple of the items to highlight, and I think my colleagues have some comments as well. So just a couple of, I was gonna speak on I-6, I already did that. I-7, this is a grant, another grant that we are receiving through, it's called the Catalyst Grant, and this is through Thrive, let me get the full name here, the Thrive Catalyst Fund. And I mean, that organization's been around for a while, but just always glad to see these grant funds coming in to help with economic development here in the city. So thank you to staff for securing that grant for us. And then item I-12, the homeless assistance programs, to continue our partnerships with the Salvation Army. Thank you so much for the work that you're doing. We're trending in the right direction. We're getting folks off the street. I know sometimes it may not seem like it, or it may not be as much progress as we want to see, quickly, but the numbers show that we are getting folks off the street and we are getting folks into housing, getting them into programs that help. So wanted to make sure to highlight that continued partnership with the Salvation Army as well. And I'll look to my colleagues. Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a comment on I-17 regarding the approval to utilize asset forfeiture funds to purchase law enforcement equipment and related maintenance plan for that equipment. I just want to thank Chief Mack and our staff for thinking outside the box. And it looks like we're looking at increasing our drone program with these asset forfeiture funds. So thank you very much for that. And then the timing couldn't be better, and hopefully we can kind of get it before the 4th of July. But I know that if we add more to our fleet, can we call it a fleet now? Maybe, okay, our drone fleet. I think we'd be that much better off. So thank you both. I say both, meaning Captain Mack or Chief Mack and our staff for thinking outside the box to go after these funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further comments from the council? Okay, I don't see any at this time, so we'll go ahead and entertain a motion in a second to approve the consent calendar with the exception of I-6.
And Mayor, I also need to make another comment about I-15. Unfortunately, it did not appear that the maps related to I-15 were part of the agenda and made public. So what you have before you, I believe, on the dais, you should have a document that looks like this. And so for the public record, the city clerk, city attorney were informed, and they thought that the best course of action is that the respective department make an announcement that the maps are part of I-15 and that copies were provided at the dais and made available to the public, and as well as you have them in front of you so that you can make informed decisions as you debate these particular items. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. And yes, we do have copies of those up here. If anybody in the public would like copies, feel free to reach out to our office as well. Happy to get those for you. And with that, we'll go back to a motion and a second.
Motion to approve the consent calendar.
Second. There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard.
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Santa Cruz.
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
That motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Next up, we'll move into item J, which is the public hearings. We do have a couple of items. We will go to J1, which is adoption of the 22-23 Local Hazard Mitigation Plan and incorporation into the safety element of the 2006 General Plan. And we'll turn it over to Director Angelica for a staff report.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Angelica Frausto-Lupo, Community Development Director. The item before you is the incorporation of the Local Hazard Mitigation Plan into the 2006 General Plan safety element. The City of Moreno Valley previously adopted the LHMP in 2023, but it was not incorporated into the General Plan at the time. Incorporation of the LHMP into the 2006 General Plan ensures the city's eligibility for grant funding and cost-sharing agreements with the California Office of Emergency Services. What is the LHMP? It's a FEMA-required plan for hazard mitigation and funding eligibility. It's led by the Emergency Management and the Fire Department. It included an interdepartmental team effort and public engagement, and it's updated every 5 years. Key findings and strategies of the LHMP include identifying top hazards, such as earthquakes and power outages, and it also identified risk reduction actions, including infrastructure resiliency measures, education, and department coordination. And the plan, these strategies included in the plan, as mentioned, include infrastructure hardening, public education, and improved coordination among local and regional partners. So as previously mentioned, the incorporation of the LHMP into the general plan ensures the city's eligibility for grant funding and cost-sharing agreements with Cal OES. Therefore, staff recommends the LHMP is incorporated into the safety element of the 2006 general plan. And this does conclude my presentation. I am available for questions as well as Chief Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Director. Appreciate the staff report, and we'll bring it back to the dais for any council questions of staff. Seeing none, we will open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We do not, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will close the public hearing and bring it back to the dais for any deliberation. If not, a motion and a second.
All motion to approve?
I'll second.
There is a motion and a second. Please call for the vote.
Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that carries unanimously. Next up, J2, public hearing establishing appropriations, also known as GAN limit for fiscal years 25-26. And we will turn it over to Director Heald for a staff report.
Yes, good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. This is an annual item in which Section 7910 of the State Government Code requires the governing body to adopt by resolution an appropriation limit, otherwise known as the GAN limit, each fiscal year. The GAN appropriations limit is the result of the passage of Prop 4 in 1979 and places limits on the amount of tax proceeds that can be appropriated each year. The Community Services District Board of Directors and the City Council adopt the findings and methods of calculations, the proceeds of tax calculations, the appropriation limit calculation, and the summary of annual appropriation limit. Both the CSD and the General Fund adopt budget revenues, are separated into budgeted proceeds of tax and non-budgeted proceeds of tax. Those revenues are considered taxes and are subject to the appropriation limit. The tax is multiplied by the percentage change in California per capita income and percentage change of the City of Moreno Valley's population, which are released in May of every year by the California Department of Finance. For the record, for fiscal year 25-26, the limit for the general fund is $182,569,173, in which our revenues are subject to the limit of only $128,510,278. The limit separately for the CSD is $29,419,771, in which our revenues subject to the limit total $14,588,332. Therefore, based on the fiscal year 25-26 budget that has been adopted, I am happy to report we are currently within the GAN limit requirement. Lastly, the resolutions to the staff report were inadvertently not attached, and therefore we have provided on the back counter copies of both of the resolutions, as the recommended items number 2 and 4 do reference the adoption of the resolution. This concludes my report on this matter, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Madam Director. Appreciate the staff report, and we will bring it back to the dais for any questions. Seeing none, we will go to public testimony. We'll open the hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
Do not, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will close the public hearing and bring it back to the dais for any comments. Very true. And if there are no comments, we are looking for a motion and a second to approve staff recommendations.
Make a motion to approve staff recommendations.
I second that motion.
There's a motion and a second. Please call for the vote.
Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
My motion carries. Item J3, joint public hearing, proposed disposition of real property, consideration of home investment partnership agreements with Mary Erickson Community Housing for the Lantana Court Affordable Ownership Housing Project. And we will turn it over to City Manager Mohan for a staff report.
Actually, I'm going to go ahead and take that. Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members, this item is a joint public hearing to receive public comments related to the approval consideration for support of an affordable ownership housing project referred to as Lantana Court. We must note this is a collaboration between the City of Moreno Valley, the Moreno Valley Housing Authority, the County of Riverside, and the developer, Mary Erickson Community Housing. The developer is a California nonprofit public benefit corporation experienced in ownership, operation, management, and maintenance of affordable housing developments. The city's housing authority has, as housing successor to the dissolved RDA, owns a vacant 1.acre parcel located on the north side of Eucalyptus Avenue and to the east of Heacock Street. The development, Lantana Court as is now being called, is proposed to be a 7-home development on a cul-de-sac for qualified low-income homebuyers who will remain owner-occupied property owners for the affordable period of 45 years under covenants due to the use of federal funding. The investment includes approximately $1.6 million of home funds, up to $800,000 of Measure A, which will be dedicated towards the construction of the cul-de-sac, up to $550,000 of housing authority contribution, and approximately $360,000 of in-kind services. This equates to an estimated total of $3,446,961, plus the value of the vacant lot, which is roughly $700,000. Additionally, I'd like to note that the County of Riverside is proposing support of this development at a future board meeting with $700,000 of county-received home dollars. So what are these homes going to be that we're going to build? They are going to be single-story detached family homes. The construction type is going to be an MH Advantage and Choice Home certified, which are HUD-authorized manufactured residential structures. Each home is going to be about 1,626 square feet. It's going to be a combination of both 3-bedroom homes and 4-bedroom homes, all of which will have 2 baths. One home, we'd like to note, is going to be ADA accessible. All homes will have an attached double-car garage, along with landscaping in the front and backyard, utilizing water-efficient landscaping and a few other minor features. So the question always is, who would qualify to buy these homes under an affordable low-income program? Based on the 2025 limits issued by HUD, home buyers in the 80% AMI category would qualify to buy one of these homes. For an example, a family of 4 would qualify to buy one of these homes if they had a household income up to $89,500. Lastly, we are proposing a buyer preference for those who qualify as military veteran. This concludes my report, and our team is available if you have any further questions that I haven't already answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Director. We'll bring it back to the dais for any questions of staff. Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you for that presentation. How will this be advertised? You said veterans and low income below 89.4. How will this be advertised, and do, say, 1,000 people get on a list, and then who chooses who goes into these 7 homes? Because it's kind of like a low number, 7, compared to how many people are going to want them.
Absolutely. The developer partner we have, Mary Erickson, is well-versed in this area, so they will be taking and vetting all of the applicants. Obviously, there is the element that they have to qualify. There also is education to the home buyer to make sure that even if they qualify, they can actually sustain the payment and the maintenance of the homes. So there's home buyer education programs that Mary Erickson currently operates. We believe there's already potentially a pipeline of potential buyers. With the veteran preference and also the ADA home, that is also going to be vetted properly is to ensure that those individuals qualify for that home. So that'll be part of the marketing campaign that Mary Erickson will be doing.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
I should have let you know I was going to ask this question, but I didn't think about it till now, so you may not have the answer. But how many homes like this do we currently have under covenant for where families are living in the city?
So on our webpage, don't correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm going to say approximately 1,100 single-family homes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
I just want to say thank you to the staff and Mary Erickson for the development of these 7 homes. I know it's going to provide a lot of first-time home buying opportunities for many residents, hopefully Moreno Valley residents. And it's great to see that these infill lots are being developed, especially with, you know, I'm sure it's going to match the neighboring neighborhoods and communities. So building infill development is key to making sure there's more affordable housing in our city. So thank you for working with Mary Erickson and the various partners that made this deal available.
One more question. I don't know if you can answer this as well. Is there any way to say that the 7 families that qualify have to already have been living in Moreno Valley for so many years?
To make it a Moreno Valley resident primary program, that is the goal. One thought process is that when they move into the homes, they become Moreno Valley residents based on the demand and the applications that we see. So the priority is for the intent through the application process is to obviously score them accordingly for qualifications, which obviously if they're a current resident, they'll receive scores for that. Likewise, if they're a military veteran, they'll receive an enhancement for it, so yes.
So there will be, in the rubric, some kind of points for being an existing?
There will be.
Okay.
There will be, as long as demand meets it. A housing development similar to this that we did a decade or so ago, we ended up with less demand than we had homes. So
I don't think you're going to have that problem this time.
If we don't have that problem, that's why we can't commit to saying that it's absolutely not, but we will be scoring accordingly.
Okay, thank you.
Was it the Habitat project, Habitat for Humanity?
Yep.
On Fur, I think, yeah.
Very good. Any other questions for staff? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We do not, Mayor.
Thank you. We'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the dais for deliberation and a vote. And this is a really good project, right? We all know the current housing crisis that we're all living in, and especially here in California, it's even worse, but it is a national dilemma that we're all going through as a nation. And so anytime that we get, these opportunities where the city has infill properties and we're able to develop affordable housing with covenants on them to help families that are in even more need, it's a very good thing. So I look forward to seeing that lot developed, look forward to seeing some new homeowners and welcoming in some new residents to those homes. So any other deliberation, any other comments? Okay, I'll make a motion to approve staff's recommendations.
I'll second.
There is a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please
Thank
call
you,
for the
Mayor.
vote.
Councilmember Bernard?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera?
Yes.
Thank you.
And that motion carries. Thank you. Next up is K, general business. We do have a few items on this as well. K1 is an ordinance amending section 5.02.320 to Title 5 of the Municipal Code relating to license requirements of contractors and subcontractors to enhance compliance with local labor standards. And we will turn it over to the city manager for a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Obviously you just read the title, and what I want to do tonight is kind of give you the genesis as to how this item came about and how I'm here as city manager bringing this forward before you. Back in 2024, based on conversation, dialogue, we had meetings and so forth with a certain trade group. And as part of that, the prior city manager had mentioned in a meeting in which I was a party to, that if this particular trade group went out and got this particular ordinance approved by a jurisdiction within the Inland Empire, then we would go ahead and bring that back. Well, there was an entity within the Inland Empire that approved that. Unfortunately, the city manager at the time, Mike Lee, is no longer here. So at this particular point in time, I had an ethical dilemma, and I wanted to make sure that from a city manager's office perspective, we honored that comment and commitment from the prior city manager. So at this particular point in time, this particular ordinance that is before you tonight, our Section 3, which is the amendment to Section 5.02.320, it references an Exhibit A, and the Exhibit A is the exact same ordinance that was approved by the City of Ontario. First read was in November 24, second read was in December 24, and the ordinance number was 3291. And I just felt that the CM's office needed to at least bring this before you for consideration, as the prior city manager had mentioned. And although there was no secret agreement or anything like that, it was stated, and I felt that compelled to bring this before you. In essence, what this particular item would do is very similar to what the Center for Contract Compliance does at the state level, and through Public Records Act requests, they look at various projects that are created through the RFP process that the city does, and they request a bunch of information. They validate that contractors, subcontractors are adhering to state law and so forth. What this would do is basically do it at a local level with that particular trade that we were that I had mentioned and discussed with in 2024. With that, I'm available. That concludes my comments, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. City Manager. We will bring it back to the dais for any council questions of staff. Councilmember Delgado.
So, Brian, so in essence, just so I'm clear, the Center for Contract Compliance does these inspections already?
Yes. In preparation for this meeting, and because we just received a PRA from them, there's actually 11 PRAs that were done over a 12-month period. And they've looked at a multitude of various projects, senior center, pump track, all the projects that we do here locally. And what they did is request for all the various documentation, contractor, subcontractor lists, and so forth. And then what they do is, based on their protocols, they inquire with the general contractor, the subcontractors, to ensure that they have all of the local requirements, but more importantly, that they have all the state compliance aspects of public work contract law.
So wouldn't it be, why couldn't the entity that's requesting this, or that you guys talked to last year, why couldn't they just go through them?
Well, they could. I think the genesis of this is very similar and linked into K2, which, if you recall, well, for those of you that weren't on council at the time, your previous council members had voted to approve in 2019 MoVal Workforce Initiative. And what that did is it established dialogue and conversation with the trades. And in essence, that's what brought about the CWA in 2020, that is of K2. And this is a genesis to continue that initiative. But again, you are right, it is duplicate in effort because the state ultimately has the state backing, state regulatory framework for contract law. The city, as part of 5.02320, requires that every person acting as a general contractor, whether building on their own occupancy or not, or whether they are a contractor, subcontractor, or if they are general engineering contractors, specialty contractors, anything basically within the contract realm, requires them to provide the city with all of the contact information of not only themselves, but all of the subs that are working below them. So the information is readily available, just like every jurisdiction has, so that the state can come in and do Public Records Act requests. It also gives us the ability through that section 5.02320, which is duty to certify general contractor statement, gives us the ability to cross-reference the information provided by the general and all the various subs to ensure that everybody has a business license for our local compliance. So that is what our current section does. This would then basically open it up that we would be providing information that we already do with the state to the particular trade.
So the particular, just, I'm gonna ask for layman's terms, dummy it down a little bit as far as what they would do is literally get this list and whomever, it could be the IBEW, it could be carpenters, it could be the stucco, whatever trade, they can get a list and then go to a job site and start policing another trade and say, let me see your license?
It gives them local power to do so, and the city doesn't even do that at this particular point in time because we rely on the state to do that.
What's going to stop every trade from coming in? Or does that open it up to every?
It potentially does. I mean, the CWA that was created with the trades was a consortium of trades that kind of covers everybody, but this one would be unique to one trade. But yeah, any potential trades could seek council's approval to do the same thing.
What do you mean seek council's approval?
Well, obviously, because this is an ordinance. Yes, they could come to management, start requesting this information, and so
you guys, they would request it from you. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Bernard.
Yes. I just have a few questions. So I see what this is. I'm reading what it says. One, I just want to make a clarification. This doesn't give any particular trade, like we're not naming any trade in particular on this, correct? Because I don't see it. I'm reading the ordinance and I'm not seeing an actual trade name, right? It's just anybody that could have a subcontractor. So I just want to make sure I have that clarification correct.
You are correct. The ordinance is benign in naming a trade,
okay,
but the genesis was in working with one.
Okay. So then the other question that I have is, I'm reading the ordinance and I'm looking at it. Is there an issue that made this come about? And the reason I'm asking is usually when we're looking at these things, there's an issue or something that's falling short. And so what we're doing is we're creating an ordinance to kind of capture something. So has there been a number of things that have kind of fallen by the wayside based on this ordinance that feels like that's why the ordinance came forward? I'm not talking about the meeting or anything like that. I'm asking specifically, has anything like dropped on our radar?
Not that I'm aware of, and because these are city projects, typically we police our own contractors and subcontractors. And quite frankly, when we do, I mean, obviously there's a requirement that a general needs to do 51% of the actual contracted work. And so when we have contractors that are on city projects that have subs that are doing more than the allocated amounts, and they're no longer in compliance with the state contract law, we come before City Council in closed session and potentially look at how do we mitigate through our current agreement those particular issues, and how do we get a general contractor to be back on par with state contract law. And if not, then we are proactive and we remove ourselves from that particular situation, as all of our contracts have various termination without clauses, and we can do so. And so we always have taken a proactive approach to ensure that our local contractors, subcontractors are engaging in a manner that not only they're compliant with local, but also state law.
Okay. And thank you for that. So you said the Center for Contract Compliance does that, and if we do receive information that someone is using more than 51%, that they're not meeting the 51% threshold, we're notified, and then we have a clause already built into it on our city projects?
Yeah, our standard contract has included for many years now a termination without cause clause. And it's either 10-day notice or 14-day notice. The CM has the ability to terminate any contract agreement. And then as part of that, the contractor has 30 days to submit for invoices for services rendered, work performed. The city then has a certain number of days to pay those particular bills for services rendered, work performed. And then what we could do is go out for RFP, and again, on a public project that we typically have and we RFP for, we would go back out for RFP and look for a different contractor that would meet the compliance requirements. Yes, and the Center of Compliance, Contract Compliance, just in a quick review of their website, because I had just received another PRA from Hilda Arias, who does all their PRAs for CCC. They do 8,718 projects that were checked last year, 677 investigations opened, 143 complaints filed, 37 civil wage and penalty assessments, 2.02 million wage assessed, and penalties of 1.83 million. So obviously, the state has much more regulatory power to do those various things as opposed to a local level. But as you can see, I mean, they're doing this for all the 483 jurisdictions within the state of California.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Gonzalez.
Brian, question. If we approve this, would it enhance the city's compliance efforts? Or do you see scenarios where having this localized ability to do this would assist us in our public improvement projects? Do you see those scenarios where that can assist us?
With every public project that the city does and the contracts that we have in place, and the basic and additional contract management of the project outside of what the city does and staff does, who are sitting in the well, we also do contract with contract management on a lot of these projects that do this because of the various funding sources that we use for these projects, especially federally funded. So we are using an additional consultant just for the management of the project to ensure compliance with various funding regulations as well as contract law. So it could be redundant. And I will just leave my comment at that.
And to follow up, just for clarification, I want to make sure we don't conflate the next item and this one, because they're technically two separate items, even though they're similar subject matter. Just in reading the ordinance here, want to make sure we clarify and state that under section B, it specifically describes which projects or permits or applicants this applies to, and two particular, I guess, thresholds that are spelled out in the ordinance are any permit under this code to perform work on a project consisting of 20 or more residential dwelling units or 20,000 square feet of newly constructed or improved commercial or industrial development shall submit, all these various things. And so I just wanted to make sure that we're understanding that correctly. Because one thing is public projects, right? Projects that the city is funding and contracting out for, but this is somewhat different. This will apply to permits for private projects, for private developments. Is that correct?
Yes, you are correct. And that is above and beyond item K2, the CWA, because that's public. So you are correct in the differentiation between the two. One is purely public, and this one is now getting into private developers, private contractors, contractors and subcontractors related to private development as well. Yes.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from the dais? Don't see any at this time. So thank you once again, City Manager, for the staff report. We'll go ahead and go to public testimony, and we'll open up the public hearing at this time. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We do, Mayor. Julio Flores?
All right, good evening, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Julio Flores. I'm a proud resident of Moreno Valley and a representative for the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. I'm here today on behalf of the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters to express our strong support for the staff's recommendation to approve this ordinance. For far too long, we've seen contractors come into our communities and use subcontractors who cut corners, operating without proper licenses, lacking workers' compensation insurance, and racking up serious labor violations. These include unpaid wages, denied overtime, skipped meal breaks, and in some cases, outright tax fraud through off-the-books cash payments. This ordinance is a step in the right direction. It helps protect workers, ensures a level playing field for law-abiding contractors, and holds bad actors accountable. Most importantly, it supports those employers who do the right thing, those who invest in their workforce, follow the law, and help build our communities in the right way. We urge you to approve this ordinance and stand with the working people and responsible contractors. Thank you for your time.
Mayor, that completes public comments on this item.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And we will go ahead and bring it back to the dais now that public comment is concluded. And we're going to see if anyone has any comments, any deliberation. And I would just like to briefly say that, at the end of the day, as we just heard, out in the world of development and construction, sometimes, there are some folks that don't do business as they should. Are not transparent about who they're hiring, where is the labor coming from, how much are they paying, how are they paying their workers. And I think at the end of the day, this is really just for transparency and to ensure that there are tools available and information is more readily accessible to hold contractors who are not in compliance accountable. report any violations to the appropriate authorities, you know, at the state level and federal level, and then let things go through the process there. So I fully support this, and hope that my colleagues will support it as well.
I have one last question or comment on this. So I too believe that there probably are contractors out there that are shady, but I'm not sure that another trade is the one that should be policing that, or is that, am I right? Is that how it? So I'm Ed Delgado and Associates, and I hire these guys to, you know, build drywall or whatever, and I pay them under the table on a prevailing wage job. Then some other trade comes in and says, "Hey Ed, are you paying your guys properly?" Right? And then I say, "Well, yeah, I am." And then they say, "Well, let me see." And is that a problem on the job site, or am I missing something? Is that what happens?
If there are local ordinances that allow for this type of activity, you could potentially have a propensity for issues on job sites moving forward. So your comment is potentially valid.
I like that transparency. I like that we are paying people what they should be paid, what they're promised, and not under the table, and honoring the trades. I truly like that. I'm not sure that another trade should do that, but I'm kind of torn, so I'll just listen to my peers.
Okay. Okay, so while I have been reading this, I have been going through this ordinance, while I do understand what's going to happen here, and it's not going to be, and I'm reading this, from what it is not going to be the trade, which is why I was kind of trying to frame the question. It's not going to be the trade that's doing the regulations. That's number one. Number two, while I'm reading this and it looks good, I do think, though, that there needs to be a little bit more discussion between, between city staff, us. There just needs to be a little bit more discussion around this, because I'm trying to figure out if there is a problem that we have here, because I don't think it's a bad idea. I just think there wasn't a lot of discussion. And so me getting this and reading this, I'm looking at it and I'm like, there just needs to be more discussion around this. What are we trying to identify? It'd be, you know, when we're talking about a business, and we've had this conversation when we were talking about like the security enhancement. It was like, well, is there an identified problem? Have we brought everyone in? Have we talked to people that this has happened to? I think there needs to be a little bit more discussion. I think I want some more clarification and some more discussions with city staff, because this also looks like what's happening is they're not going to be, the trade or whoever it is isn't going to be doing it. It would fall on city staff to go out and figure and regulate this, right? Which would put another item for city staff to go out and do. That is the way I am reading this. If I'm wrong, please let me know. But it would actually fall upon city staff. So I have a lot of questions. One of them is, do we have capacity to do this, right? Is this a code? Does this fall under code enforcement going out and doing this? Is this something else that falls within building? So while it's not a bad idea, it's not a bad ordinance, I do think there needs to be a little bit more discussion and a little bit more built into this as to how it's gonna all transpire and how it's all gonna happen. And so for me, I think that it shouldn't be a no, but I do think it should be, for me, I would ask that it be tabled. Give it, I don't know, 6 months or so for us to kind of figure out some of these little kinks about like who's gonna regulate it, who's gonna go out and do it. We can change the ordinance all day, but if no one's actually going out there to do it, then how are we, what was the point of the ordinance changing?
In Councilmember, just so you know that there's about 4 agencies that have recently approved similar type local ordinances. So we potentially have other ordinances that we could take a look at and possibly bring back in a different manner. They all kind of do the same thing, but they were all kind of implemented differently, and we could take a look at and bring those through in another means, study session or whatever it may be, to kind of go forward with the initiative that was completed in 2019 with the MoVal workforce.
And, you know, and maybe that is an idea. I know this is the Ontario one. I've also read the one that happened in Riverside that I thought would be a good one too. So maybe we should relook at it, and maybe it should be, when study sessions come back, a study session, but I'm open to whatever my colleagues have.
Brian, you said the other jurisdictions that did it. Did any of the jurisdictions, like, you know, like Shaylenda said, with the business security, I wanted to bring in the businesses that have more input. Did any of the jurisdictions have like open public input before just adopting an ordinance?
If I recall correctly, Riverside went through an extensive engagement with the business community so that they knew that a change was coming, more of a transparency, local control was coming, and I'm aware that they had done that. I'd have to go back through my notes and identify specifically how they did it, went about it, but I do recall that they did something very similar. At the end of the day, these particular initiatives in each of those locations or jurisdictions are fairly equitable. Obviously, each of them have their own unique differences, but I also have a summary and a template as to what each of those particular items are. But yes, I believe it was Riverside that was probably the most engagement related to their implementation.
I think I'd like to see that done, because I don't want to just make a rule and expect people to just change course, especially when we're talking about building and expansion here in the city. I would hate to put more barriers in without public input, without the business, without the contractor, all the people who would this be affected. I would like to have their input. Brian.
And if I could add on, just on the conversation about kind of what the city, if any city employees, for example, would have to go out and physically do something, right? Like inspecting or something like that. In the staff report, in the attachment, in the ordinance under section C, it kind of spells out like what the city would have to do. And I don't want to read it all verbatim, but really it is narrowly focused in on collection of information. And if that information is not submitted, I'm paraphrasing here, but you can read it word for word in the agenda. City could withhold inspections for any inspected work until compliance is achieved, issuance of a stop work order, revocation of any permit issued by the city, the permit applicant paying a penalty for default to the city, et cetera. So just if anyone wants to see kind of what the teeth will look like if this is adopted, that's under section C. And again, I think at the end of the day, this is more about collecting information and making it readily accessible through like a PRA or a request for information, so that if there are any potential violations, it can be reported to the proper governing body, like the state, the CCC that was mentioned by the city manager, not necessarily the city. And that is one concern that I have, and I don't see it here, right? So it's not a concern with the ordinance as written, but I definitely didn't want us to become like a hammer, right? Where the city is now allocating staff to go out and supervise job sites and all that. I don't think we need to do that. There's already governing agencies that take care of that. But what this helps accomplish is to collect the information and make it accessible through FOIA requests or PRA, and then report it to the appropriate body. So
who collects it?
It could be any member of the public. It could be any trade. It could be anyone. It's just, it would be, the city would collect it right? So we would have it internally here in our departments. And yeah, if anybody wanted to request that information, they could submit like a PRA and get copies of that.
I have a question. And Brian, did of the 4 agencies, and I don't know if you have that information available, the Ontario one we see, but the other 3, are they very similar to this? I mean, is the outcome, the output the same of how it's spelled out here?
Yeah, yes, very similar in criterion and the output the same. I just believe that the engagement with the development community was different. Ontario didn't go through an engagement process like Riverside did. But at the end of the day, when you look at Irvine, San Diego, Long Beach, other areas that are outside of the Inland Empire, and if you look at Riverside and Ontario, yes, the end result is the same. The criterion may be slightly different, but I know that Riverside did a bit more in the engagement with the development community. You know, there's a fine line, in if you recall, for those of you that were on council in 2019, that's where the fine line and policy is drawn is, you know, how developer friendly are we going to be as a city with still roughly 35% of our city to build out, as well as then how compliant do we want to be with workforce, with Moval workforce, and working with the various trades and local hires and the various Moval initiatives. And that was a fine line, and that's where your colleagues that came before you had various debates in 2019, and that was the specific difficulty that they had, is to where does that line in the sand be drawn between those 2 initiatives, developer friendly and workforce development friendly. And so that was the difficulty back then, and that was the result of what is going to be the next item, K2.
So the question I have is, and this is a question for my colleagues, is there really a harm in us tabling this and going out and getting, and having the conversations?
Is there a timeline for this?
Yeah.
Is it just ongoing? This is something that we could bring it back after we collect some data or information? Is there a timeline?
I'm unaware of any timeline. If you approve this tonight, this would be the first read. The second read would be August 19th when we come back out of summer recess, and 30 days later it would be implemented. But as far as outside of the approval tonight, as far as a timeline of trying to do this initiative along with the Moval workforce initiatives that were set in 2019, there is no timeline from the city manager's perspective or the trade's perspective at this particular point of that I'm aware of.
But based on what you said, it would be a 30-day delay, basically, because we couldn't read the second read until we got back from after recess anyways, then 30 days after that first meeting, et cetera. So we bring it back, we add it to the first agenda in August, then second reading in the second meeting after we return, first, second, and then 30 days after. So basically, it'll be a 30-day delay if we gather information.
Gathering of information over 30 days in trying to reach out to the development the community that would be affected. I don't know if I can get that done in 30 days. That would be the...
No, I'm not saying in 30 days. We could do our due diligence and then get and have other folks do their due diligence and have it ready, everything, all the questions answered by the time we come back after recess.
Yes, we could have answers to your questions answered, but the engagement with a development population might be difficult by that time.
So not much of a delay if we do this.
Mayor Pro Tem. Okay, so just trying to see if it doesn't sound like there's consensus. It sounds like there's maybe a desire. I mean, I don't know. Maybe we can try, entertain a motion, a second, see how the vote goes, and then if not, we can entertain a second motion or alternate motion and see how that goes. But I mean,
I'm
I
looking to
understand.
table the item.
Indefinitely, or is
Not,
it
no, not indefinitely, dear
maybe
God, no.
to our
Not
meeting
indefinitely.
after the recess?
I'm looking to table the item. I think November, December would be good, like give us a solid 6 to really like dive into it, because I personally would like to compare some of the other ordinances. I also want to look into some of the other mechanisms just to make sure. I wouldn't table this indefinitely. I think we should definitely have it come back with a date. I do think 30 days is a tight turnaround, especially because we'll be dark, and then when we come back, everything is moving. So I am looking to table the item, but I will see what other motions everyone. But I'm fine with tabling the item and giving it a date.
Mr. Mayor, so a motion to table takes precedence.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, is that a motion to table then?
Yes, I'm making a motion to table the item, not indefinitely, but table the item for no longer than 6 months.
I'll second.
Do you need a date, Steve? Or
No.
the 6-month time frame works?
6 month time from tonight?
Yes, from tonight.
Yeah, and there is a motion and a second, so I just want to be on record of saying that I think 6 months may be too much. Like we have the whole summer recess, right? We have a month and a half, 2 months during the recess to do a lot of studying, a lot of research, talk to staff, and then maybe bring it back like latest September, right? August, we come back from recess, or September. I think 6 months that's a really long time, right? We have plenty of time to even.
Motion was no later than 6 months. So, I mean, if something comes back around in September, October, that's fine. But you asked me, was it indefinite? I'm like, no, it's not indefinite. So that's why I'm giving a time, like a range of it, because I think that's enough time. So no later than 6 months. If everything is done, research, we figured everything out, come September, October, that's fine too. I think though there just needs to be a little bit more discussion about this item, and there just needs to be a little bit more information provided about this item.
Okay.
And I think from a staff's perspective, from what I'm hearing, is that there is a priority here for council. And so therefore, depending on how you decide tonight, if whatever is decided, staff will take on that priority as well and make sure that we do not drag our feet for whatever decision is made.
Thank you. And so the motion is to table for no longer than 6 months from today. And there was a second by Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz. So unless there's any alternate motions or any further discussion, we can go ahead and call for the vote.
Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion passes with 4 yeses. Next up is item K2, recertification of a community workforce agreement number 2020-189 for the Mobile Workforce Program for another 5-year period. And I'll turn it back to City Manager Brian Mohan for a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Hopefully this will go much quicker as this agreement's already in place. This is a recertification of a 5-year CWA. And if you recall, this was originally approved on 7/7 of 2020 based on council's approval of the city's Mobile Workforce Initiative or program that was approved in 2019. The agreement brought forward tonight is the exact same agreement that was originally approved. There's been no amendments that have been received by the building trades prior to the publication of the agenda. But I was made aware tonight, as I believe all of you were, that there's an item from the Inland Empire Labor Council that they're in support of the item, but they potentially want some amendments. just a genesis from this particular item. I took it upon myself to bring this item back because this was going to expire July 7th of 2025. I know that our staff is well aware that this is in place, and we've been working with the trades related to our city public projects that qualify, which is anything over $1 million. I had not been contacted by the trade, nor has any of the trades been in contact with the city asking for this agreement to be recertified. I just know that as part of the 2019 approval from your prior council, that the MoVal workforce program was in place, and that was the whole genesis as to how the CWA became available. I didn't want it to expire, so I brought it. Now all of a sudden it's on the agenda, and now I have an email or a letter here asking for amendments that I have not even been able to validate and or really digest and see what those particular amendments are. I just find it odd and funny that all of a sudden that I bring this forward for recertification with no impetus or a conversation with them, that now all of a sudden they're sending information to what is to the Honorable Mayor and City Council. I would hope that past representatives of this particular organization would work with the city as we had with prior representation. So at this particular point in time, I have to tell you that this particular agreement expires on 7/7/2025. And full transparency, I brought it without any conversation, and now they're looking for amendments. So with that, I'm available for any questions and conversation and how you guys want to potentially handle the item that is before you on the dais.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. With that, we'll bring it back to the dais for any council questions of staff.
I do, Brian. I have one question regarding the Labor Council. Was this agreement 5 years ago from them? With, like, it's Inland Empire Labor Council?
Yes. The actual CWA is with them, was signed by them, and obviously they've had.
Wait, what?
The Inland Labor Council is not who signed the agreement.
Oh, correct. Correct. The person who signed the agreement is no longer with the particular trades. And so this is a problem with the trades, and I'm just going to throw it out there from a management perspective. They tend to interact with the electeds. They don't interact with management. And so therefore, that is why we are here and having these conversations and these questions, is that based on representatives that come and go, they do not keep consistent records and try and work with management to effectuate these types of things. And I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions for staff? Seeing none, we'll go ahead and move into public testimony. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We do, Mayor. The first three speakers are Dave Everett, followed by Albert Duarte, followed by Caleb Reagan.
Thank you. I appreciate the time. And I have to say, the delay in the last measure is so wise. And I'm afraid the city manager is confusing the enforcement measure of labor law with a simple requirement for a skilled and trained workforce. And in his defense, it's a very complicated issue. Riverside has a skilled and trained workforce issue, but nothing like this. You're basically, with the last measure, looking at creating like your own Department of Industrial Relations or your own DLSE, your Department of Labor Standards Enforcement. So you're creating your own enforcement agency. And neither does Irvine or any of those other cities, by the way. They all have skilled and trained workforce requirements. But I can't believe you would even need to add that measure after and go after subcontractors that are not meeting state pay and labor standards when you've had a PLA in place for the last 5 years. I mean, who's not meeting the requirements if you have this project labor agreement where everybody's working together? So that's a little surprising. all your work has been done by politically connected union contractors. So you're telling me after 5 years you still have this problem with your union contractors about subs? I think that's shameful. WEEC is committed to following all state pay and labor standard laws, as do all state-approved apprenticeship programs. But I'm here to talk about the Project Labor Agreement, or CWA, on the agenda tonight. PLAs hurt taxpayers and free enterprise. The council voted on is voting on a wasteful and discriminatory special interest deal on all the future city construction for the next 5 years. 85 to 87% of the construction industry chooses to work in a non-union environment. And so the PLA CWA forces our members to pay into union pension accounts and then pay into the non-union workers' pension account, but the worker gets nothing from the union pension fund. The union just takes that money. Same with the healthcare account. Same with the union fees. They pay union fees, not union dues, because they get no vote in the actual union. Moreno Valley voters and taxpayers deserve a city council committed to fiscal responsibility and to open competition and free enterprise. Even the fact that you've renamed the Project Labor Agreement a Community Workforce Agreement is because these are so controversial. They've been banned in almost half the country. And what I would say is the requirements for 30% local hire is ridiculously low. San Bernardino Community College, they had 70% local hire without the PLA. And even once their council kind of gave in to the big labor bosses, they still kept the 70% labor requirement. So why only 30% here in Moreno Valley? That's ridiculously low. The other issue I would say is $1 million threshold. You can't renovate a bathroom for $1 million in public government. So, it's an unreasonably low threshold, and a much more appropriate threshold would be $5 million. We're seeing that's probably not the lowest you see at a city these days. It's insane to go with $1 million. And last but not least, a provision to rebid should be included. You're seeing in Covina, you're seeing in San Bernardino or San Diego Community College District, they're having to rebid jobs because they get no bidders. That's why all your prices are going to go up, because instead of 25 bidders, you're going to get.
The next two speakers are Albert Duarte, followed by Caleb Reagan.
Good evening. My name's Albert Duarte, and I'm from the Inland Empire Building Trades. And city manager, yes, we didn't have a relationship with you, but we have reached out. Now, I started in December, and it is my apologies that it took us so long to reach out, but we are here. And once we started talking, there was a point where you wanted a vote, and we wanted to vote on it and renew it. And I think what we wanted to do is just step back and just talk about, how do we do this? What happened right and what happened wrong, and how do we improve what we did? Based on all the pre-jobs that we've been on, everything's been running well, right? The fact that there's low bidders on the projects is crap. Everything he said was wrong, right? The fact that San Bernardino City College had a 70% local hire is wrong, right? The community workforce agreements are great for outreach, for hiring diversity, for local hire. So what this does, it stimulates the economy. So, community workforce agreements have been proven to be successful. Berkeley just recently did a study on community workforce agreements, and they've been, what the negative and what the gentleman that spoke before has always stated that there's a 30% increase in labor. There's absolutely no increase in project labor agreements, community workforce agreements. What we do is, the work is already prevailing wage. What we commit to is there's not going to be any work stoppages, that we're going to hire locally, that we're going to hire diversity. So what this has helped, it's helped the unions bring in the diversity, bring in the local workers. So these workers don't have to go to LA to work on the community workforce agreements that are established out there. Now we're trying to establish it here. He's absolutely right with having now, another thing that's wrong is that under community workforce agreements, you don't pay union wages or dues. You absolutely do not pay dues. But when they do, they are required to pay within the pension. And usually the same contractors that are bidding for the work are all the same. So now we've got other community workforce agreements within the area. We've been able to get 6 within the last 6 months. Now they're able to work locally. Now with those hours are actually benefiting.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
The next person is Caleb Reagan.
Good evening. Sorry. I have a very loud voice, so these mics, I always don't know where exactly to stand. But good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council, and I guess I have to just address, City Manager Brian Mohan as well, because I guess when I gave my letter that I'm just a little flustered why your city manager is being so combative towards labor. And towards working people. I had comments, and this has really just been kind of shook me, because we as a labor council, just so everyone is aware, the Riverside the Inland Empire Labor Council represents over 400,000 working families across the Inland Empire. We have about 90 unions that are part of this. The building trades, they are a separate entity. They're also affiliated with the AFL-CIO. They represent the building trades, iron workers, plumbers, and pipe fitters. These are members of your community. These are working Moreno Valley residents. And we've always had a very good working relationship with the city of Moreno Valley. And back in 2020, 2019, when this workforce program was created, this Moreno Valley workforce program, it was in partnership to bring local residents into these jobs, right? Like we understand that a lot of Moreno Valley residents that are doing 2 to 3 hour commutes, going to LA, going to other work sites, where you also have, workers in Arizona and in other states that are coming and doing the work here in our communities. That's not right. We want to employ our local residents. We want to give them skilled and trained jobs, right? Like, that's what a community workforce agreement is about. And the thing is that this agreement was passed over 5 years, and yes, there's new leadership at the building trades, and I'm new here at the Labor Council as well, and maybe there should be more communication with city staff. But you guys are our representatives, right? We reach out to you. We have communicated with our city council, and at the end of the day, you guys are the bosses. You guys direct the city staff to do these things. So I'm sorry if I am not as articulate as I usually am, but I am just a little shook up by kind of the situation here. But we're looking forward to potentially negotiating on this. I know I have. Sorry. All right. Thank you.
The next speaker is Christopher Baca.
Good evening again. Again, my comments are my own. They're not influenced by anybody else but myself. And I just want to point out the hogwash and the hypocrisy and the just one-sidedness when our city manager comes out with statements that acknowledge that things get lost with different staff and different city councils and so forth. Previously he stated that they labor contacts city officials rather than city staff, but yet when it comes to certain developers or certain issues, they go directly to him or directly to whoever's influencing the bullshit that he's putting through and supports. But yet it's okay. Then it's when he comes out with his lies that it's part of the agreement and he doesn't see anything wrong with it and so forth and so on. Maybe he should look into the hearings and see what people say and people did and how all of these agreements were put through, but yet he's blind to it because it's not in his interest, whatever his interest may be. I don't know what it is, if it's financial or I don't know, but it is straight out corruption and straight out hypocrisy in the way he puts out that it is. He doesn't see it in one way, but yet in the other way he does see it when it comes to his preferences. You know, that's just blatant hypocrisy and blatant ignorance. And like I said, you know, it's an insult for the community, and it's an insult to the people that work in this community and for the residents for him to come out with nonsense and making those type of statements.
The next speaker is Salvador Mesquita.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council staff. My name is Salvador Mesquita. I am a representative with the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. I've been here before. We stay coming to the city of Moreno Valley. We hope that we can renew this community workforce agreement and continue our commitment to the community and to our membership, and anybody that's willing to come and put on the bags and work like we do, all right? These agreements are going to ensure that the locals have an opportunity to come and work in the city that they live in. You know, they're going to ensure a livable wage. They're going to ensure pension, health benefits. I know you saw we bring the community out. The community, sometimes they don't have nowhere to leave their kids. They bring them. We just want to show you guys why we're here, and we hope you guys support the ordinance tonight. Thanks.
Mayor, that completes public comments on this item.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. So we'll go ahead and bring it back to the dais for deliberation and ultimately a vote. And I would like to say, because I think, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I might be the only
one that was
elected
here
up
in
here on the
2019.
dais who was here when we approved this originally about 5 years ago. And since this went into place, I mean, it's been a positive for our community, for our projects, for our public works projects. Things get built to higher quality, things get built on time, and definitely want to see this at a minimum renewed. And just, you know, seeing the letter that came in, thank you to the Labor Council for sending this in. You know, I we'll see what my colleagues have to say, but you know, if depending on what decision happens here tonight, at a minimum, we should extend the current CWA because it expires in July. We're going to go dark for recess, so I do not want it to expire in the summer and then we're left just up in the air. But I also want to be considerate of the amendments that are being kind of proposed here by the Labor Council and see where we can, you know, fit in these amendments, make changes to the current CWA, and adopt those, whatever amendments those are. And so definitely support continuing this. I'm definitely open to making amendments to strengthen this, make it even better for the city, and continue to bring these high quality projects to the city. And I'll just say that this also is really personal to me. Even though I'm not a member of a union, I am I work in the trades as well. I've had to drive 3 hours one way from Moreno Valley to LA while being on city council to swing the hammer, to go to a job site, to go make a paycheck. Like I've had to do that. I've had to live that life as well. And yes, I wear a suit now and all that, but so many in our own community, as has been said, that have to drive every single day out of our city to go work on projects that are hours away. And that means less time with their family, less time enjoying the fruits of their labor, less time involved and engaged in their community. We owe it to our residents to give them local, high quality, high paying jobs with benefits. So just we'll conclude my comments with that.
Mayor, can I say something, because I've got to clear the air? Could you indulge me 1 minute?
Go right ahead.
Great. Based on, and I'm sorry, based on Caleb's comment that I was combative against the trades, if I didn't bring this item, and obviously you guys didn't motion prior to this particular meeting, this contract would expire. I took it upon my own accord to bring this, so by no means am I combative to the trades. And for San Bernardino, Riverside County Building and Construction Trade Council to say that, I had to clear the air. So if
Brian, that's
I
your
didn't
job.
bring
Stop,
this,
stop. That's your job.
I know,
Let's
but if
just-
I didn't
let's
bring
just
this,
get
it
to
would
our
have
work.
expired.
That's, no.
So I have to agree with the mayor that at the minimum, at the very base of this, we should approve the, well, I would like to see it approved as far as what, just continue, right? But I think we do need to take a look at the amendments and see if they're even better. What it could even be better, right? Than their original, or the original, but the current contract, so, or the current agreement, so.
I feel the same way. I think that we should continue the existing agreement, looking at these recommendations. This came in today, but there's items where it says the attachment for section 12.1, referencing the substance abuse policy. I mean, anything that we're bringing into these should be good for the workers, so I'd like to continue it the way it is, and then bring it back, perhaps when we bring the other one, to look at these amendments, proposed amendments.
I just want to add that definitely I think these amendments are it's been 5 years set in stone, so things change in 5 years. So I think it's important to look at each one of these, and I know there is a lot of them that will probably enhance this CWA. So.
Steve, go ahead, Steve.
I just wanted to comment. I just got this letter too, and just want the council to be aware that they're suggesting modifying the definition of local resident and removing the local residency requirement for core employees, and creating exceptions for, or redefining local resident to.
That's why we're not going to take the amendments
Right.
today.
So
We're
that's
not,
what I was
no,
saying.
no. We would
Yeah,
like
so
to
there-
continue as is
Yeah.
and bring these back for considerations. We definitely don't want to take the amendments as a.
Yeah, we definitely need more time. Seeing as these came in today, just take more time to take them in, go over them, and then see what the council comes up with, any updated CWA. So thank you for that, and we'll go back to
Thank
Councilmember
you.
Bernard.
So I want to apologize on both sides. For building trades that believes that the city manager is combative, and to the city manager who feels like he's being attacked. So I apologize on both sides for everybody. As I always say, for whatever reason, when it comes to trades and agreements and building, tensions always on both sides always get a little spicy. So I just want to put that out there and clear the air. I do thank City Manager Mohan for bringing this forward. I do thank Albert, because you and I have had several conversations regarding this coming up in Labor Council, and Ricardo for submitting their letter. So I appreciate everybody for coming out here. I do believe that we should continue this agreement with giving, as everyone says, the ability to be able to negotiate this out a little bit, but making sure that the current agreement doesn't expire. So with that, I want to make a motion to authorize an extension of the contract's terms for 6 months from today to allow city manager and city staff to meet with the Riverside and San Bernardino Counties Building Trade and Construction Council to negotiate any changes or amendments to the contract, and to present any recommendation or any recommended amendments to City Council for its consideration in a timely manner.
I'll second the motion. So there's a motion and a second. Before we call for the vote, any further deliberation? Okay, Madam Clerk, please call for the vote.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard?
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez?
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion carries. Okay, we have two more items on K, so we'll go ahead and actually, yeah, it might be a good time for a break, so let's go ahead and take a 5-minute recess. All right, everyone, we're going to go ahead and resume here in just a moment. Welcome back to our city council meeting. We are back now from a brief recess, and we will pick up where we left off, which was K3, developer's request to amend Rancho del Sol golf course agreement. And we will turn it over to Assistant City Manager Sean Kelleher for a staff report.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. The item before you this evening is a request from Roca 3 CA Balago LLC, also commonly known as Bridge, the developer of the Rancho del Sol Golf Course and Rancho Balago Phase 2 apartment project, for a second amendment to their agreement with the city pertaining to the maintenance of the golf course. The request, which city staff is recommending deny this evening, is intended to eliminate the developer's requirements to obtain occupancy for the permanent golf course clubhouse prior to obtaining occupancy for their apartment project, as well as allow the developer to assign its obligations to operate and maintain the permanent golf course to an unknown third party, and also revise the default provisions of the agreement to the developer's advantage. This project has been around for a number of years, so I would like to provide a brief background. 7 years ago, on June 19th, 2018, the City Council approved the apartment project. As a condition of approval, the developer was required to enter into a maintenance agreement, which is the subject of tonight's item. This maintenance agreement was originally entered into in November of 2018, with its first amendment occurring in September of 2020. Now, 4 years later, the developer has submitted an unsolicited proposal for a second amendment. Within the existing maintenance agreement, the developer is required to either rehabilitate the existing golf course clubhouse or construct a new one prior to obtaining occupancy of the apartment project. In order to commence grading operations for the project, the developer was required to open and operate the golf course, which they achieved through the installation of a temporary clubhouse. In March 2021, a grading permit was issued for the apartment project, followed by building permits in February 2023. These buildings are nearing completion. Regarding the permanent clubhouse, on February 11th, 2021, the Planning Commission approved the developer's request to construct a new golf course clubhouse. In April 2022, building permits for this clubhouse were ready for issuance, pending the completion of site grading and obtaining necessary outside agency approvals, including Eastern Municipal Water District. In May 2023, the grading permit was issued. However, grading did not commence for over a year, starting in July 2024. In meetings with the developer during this delay, they identified various reasons, primarily though focused on internal funding issues and not concerns with any agency. According to the developer, within the amendment to the agreement, the second amendment to the agreement, they identify Eastern Municipal Water District as one of the reasons for the delays of this project. The submittal of plans to Eastern Municipal Water District was made in February of this year. And it is my understanding from speaking with Eastern Municipal Water District staff that they are looking at potentially providing approvals very soon. Given that grading permits were, this is concerning, however, given that grading permits for the clubhouse building were issued in 2023, and building permits were ready for issuance as far back as 2021, as previously stated. Transitioning to the request to amend the agreement, the developer is seeking the city amend the operations and default sections of the existing agreement. Within the operations section, the existing language requires the permanent clubhouse to be open and operational prior to the issuance of certificates of occupancy for any of the project's apartment buildings. The proposed amendment would allow the developer to obtain certificates of occupancy for the apartments prior to completion of the clubhouse. Additionally, the amendment would allow the developer to assign its obligations to operate and maintain the golf course to an unknown, unidentified third party, removing any of their obligations under this agreement. The developer also offers, just as for note, small one-time payments for entering into said agreement, as well as subsections B and C are related to delays in performance in completing the construction of the permanent clubhouse. The existing language within section 1 incentivizes the developer to complete the permanent clubhouse prior to completion of the apartment units. The proposed amendment to paragraphs 2 and 3 of the operations section now, as proposed, remove the developer's responsibility for construction of the permanent clubhouse and maintenance of the golf course should they assign the property to a third party. By allowing, again, the developer to assign to a third party, they would be relieved of all responsibility to complete the permanent clubhouse and maintain the golf course. The city's only recourse, should this not occur, would be for the city to call upon bonds to complete the permanent clubhouse and maintain the golf course, should the assignee not comply with this agreement. The existing language found in the original agreement and the First Amendment provides the city with the greatest assurance that the permanent clubhouse would be completed in a timely manner and that the golf course would be properly maintained. Therefore, staff recommends the City Council deny the developer's request for the Second Amendment. Staff's available for any questions.
Thank you very much, Assistant City Manager Kelleher. We will bring it back to the dais for any council questions of staff. Councilmember Delgado.
Sean, thank you for that presentation. I have a question regarding the, in the history of agreement number 2, allow developer to assign its obligations to operate and maintain the permanent clubhouse and golf course to an unknown third party. Can you kind of dissect that a little bit? I know I think you said it 3 times, but what does that really mean?
So ultimately what it allows them to do is, if they so choose, they are able to assign, whether that is sell or otherwise give the property to some third party without the city's ability to vet that individual or that organization, and they are therein relieved, they being the developer, relieved of having to do anything associated with the golf course going forward, and they just go about building their apartment complex, meaning that we as a city have no way of holding them accountable to completing those items that they agreed to, which include constructing the permanent clubhouse.
Thank you, Sean.
If there are no further questions from the council, we will go ahead and move to public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We do. Thank you, Mayor. The first 3 speakers are Jim Trithal, followed by Colin Apple, followed by Christopher Baca.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City staff. We have prepared a slideshow to show the progress of the apartments and clubhouse. Clerk, are we able to, or Council, are we able to pull that up on the screen tonight?
I will look to our staff to see if there's any advice or recommendation.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, as this is an amendment to an agreement and not an actual development, it is not public hearing. Typically, we do not allow presentations of public speakers in their public comment of 3 minutes during a general business item.
Okay, thank you, Mr. City Manager. So just to follow staff's advice, we will go ahead and proceed with the 3 minutes. And if we could, yeah, we got the clock restarted for you as well.
Thank you very much. Understood, staff, and we will proceed. My name is Jim Trithal. I'm here on behalf of the ownership group of the Rancho del Sol Golf Course and the Reserve at Rancho Bulago Apartments. Over the past decade, we have proudly invested and served the Moreno Valley community, which we love. We have served thousands of residents through the years, including close to 40 current Moreno Valley residents through the Rancho Bulago Apartments. We have invested millions of dollars into reopening and revising the former Moreno Valley Golf Course and set up funds to ensure that it will open and operate for at least 10 years. Finally, we have invested over $100 million to bring additional 358 apartment units that will provide much needed housing to the city, which we have heard earlier tonight that there is a shortage of housing and these units are much needed. Joining me tonight are my colleagues David Jorgensen and Colin Apple, as well as our longstanding property manager, Denisha Moore. Denisha has been in Moreno Valley serving residents for nearly a decade and will soon serve over 1,000 Moreno Valley residents. Let me be clear. We are now and always have been fully committed to fulfilling every single obligation tied to this development, including the construction and completion of the golf course clubhouse. The capital for this has already been raised and set aside. We have signed a contract in place with the general contractor who is present tonight. Construction began more than a year ago and target completion of June of 2025. Unfortunately, the late stage change from the water district stopped the project and forced a full redesign of our already approved water plans that were approved back in 2022. This led to a 10-month delay and a resubmittal of the water plans, where we have actually been able to escalate this to the general manager of the water district. As of last week, those revised plans are fully approved. We have paid for the permits and we're now cleared to resume construction immediately. I want to emphasize this point. The clubhouse will be built as fast as possible. Regardless of the outcome tonight, we will build this clubhouse. We were notified about this meeting last Friday, and thank you for getting us on the agenda. We understand that there's a break coming, so thank you. We appreciate the time. Up until that point, we were trying to engage city staff and work through a fair and equitable path forward to allow us to occupancy of the apartments while we complete the golf course clubhouse. What really brings us here this evening is a much more immediate and practical request, allowing the newly built apartments to be occupied before the golf course clubhouse is complete. As of this moment, 38 brand new move-in ready apartments are sitting empty. More will be delivering every few weeks. Holding these units offline imposes real unnecessary consequences. Families in need of housing are kept waiting, the city loses property and utility tax revenue, and vacant buildings deteriorate. Most importantly, increasing property supply benefits the community by easing pressure on rents across the market. I hope it's clear we are ready to provide whatever means necessary to get the city comfortable that we are going to deliver on this golf course clubhouse.
The next two speakers are Colin Apple, followed by Christopher Baca.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. I'm Colin Apple, and I am extremely passionate about housing. And listening to people that spoke earlier, I think it's really important we talk about the housing. We have apartments that are ready to be occupied. I know from across the country, as we see more supply being delivered, rents go down when apartments come online. And the inability to occupy these units is hurting your community. We're prepared, as Jim said, we're prepared to do anything to make you comfortable that the golf course clubhouse is going to be built. We can post a completion bond. We can establish an escrow of the funds. The capital is fully raised. We never, ever said that we didn't have the capital. We had to recapitalize the fund, the investor that is behind this vehicle. But we never had funding issues. It's in an account. We can put it in an escrow account for you. We can pay additional fees, donations to the city. I hope it's very, very clear that we're ready to provide whatever mechanism the city needs to get comfortable and that to demonstrate our commitment. The matter of the golf course potential sale, we were approached by a professional golf course owner operator. They are looking to purchase, operate, and invest significantly in the golf course. The buyer is prepared to take on the maintenance agreement. The maintenance agreement would not go away. We also have $800,000 escrowed with the city right now for the last 2 years of the maintenance agreement. That money would stay in place. Our money would stay in place. It would go to the new owner. Again, this is something that we have put forth in front of the city staff, trying to figure out if they would approve this third party, this unknown third party. The only reason it's unknown is because we haven't been able to introduce them. We would love to introduce the two parties, get everybody comfortable. We would be looking for the city to approve the transfer of that maintenance agreement. It's not an exit. It's a transition to a more capable and long-term stewardship. And we would still be responsible for the golf course clubhouse. And not only would we be responsible for the golf course clubhouse to the city, we'd be responsible to the new buyer. So, look, we are not looking for an answer tonight. All we're looking for is for you to direct the staff to work with us so we can come with an equitable solution to both parties, because we want to see this housing be occupied. We want to see the rents come down across Moreno Valley. And we want to be able to provide housing for your residents. On top of that, our investors it's not an individual. We're talking about pensions, endowments, so we're trying to serve constituents on the investor side and also on the resident side. So thank you for your time and consideration, and hopefully we can find an equitable solution. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Christopher Baca, followed by Armando Arroyo, followed by Bob Palomares.
I think you can kind of see where this staff is going with how they treat different developers and how their preferences are other places rather than with, this honest person that's just asking, for being allowed to rent out those available units. They've already stated that they will have bonds and so forth. And Mr. Sean here comes up with this nonsense that the city is going to be held liable. That's BS. I mean, sir, are you crazy or something? You're treating people, why don't you hold Highland Fairview to the same standards? Look at Aquabella. It's been 20 years with the same BS. The same thing with the WLC. You don't hold them accountable. Open your eyes. Don't be a jerk. I'm sorry. This is ridiculous. This is nonsense. This has really gotten out of hand. And the guys saying that they're ready to rent and they'll put a bond and it's simply being transferred. Whatever this gentleman just spoke about is nonsense. It's lies. It's just ridiculous. I mean, how can you sit there and believe this nonsense? I'm sorry.
The next two speakers are Armando Arroyo, followed by Bob Palomares.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. My name is Armando Arroyo. I'm the Director of Development Services for Eastern Municipal Water District. Wanted to just say a few words in terms of this project and its timeline. In early December of 2024, the developer basically came to us through an intake meeting, a project intake meeting, where we basically understood that they needed service for a clubhouse. And we essentially, waited for a couple of months. We received the first submittal in February. And this is really, similar to the conditions of approval for a land use agency. We basically have what we call design conditions. We turned around basically the design conditions, approved them in 2 months. They were approved by April. Subsequent to that, we waited to receive plan checks from the engineer of record, which we did not. Ultimately, the developer reached out to one of our board members, and subsequently, we actually held a meeting with our general manager and assistant general manager a few days later. That was on the 28th of May. Subsequent to that, we engaged again with the engineer of record on the 29th, and we essentially have approved the plan check with 3 rounds and just in about 2 weeks. So we've been really a partner to the developer. So it comes to, to us as a surprise that they're indicating that we were basically holding them up. I don't believe that's been the case. We've been very proactive and engaged with them. I've been engaged as a director to ensure that the project moves forward. So again, we're very committed for them to complete their process and to start construction. So that's all I have to say for tonight. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is Bob Palomares.
At the time that 2019, when this came up, they were talking about the years prior to the agreement with them, the initial agreement of what they were going to do. There was nothing but problems with that golf course. Then they came and everything was nice. Okay, it's going to be done. Here we are 6 years later, and it seems like we're worse off. And I don't know if it's the ground over there that's bad, or it's the agreements or whoever's doing them, but I think you just need to clean the slate. And I don't know who these people are. You know, I'm sure they're reputable, but why can't you get it done? I mean, obviously you're a professional in this area and you can't do it. It's time to move on. Thank you.
The next speaker is Denisha Moore.
Good evening. My name is Denisha Moore. This is the first time I've actually been to one of these, and I just want to say thank you, and I appreciate you guys just for allowing us to come and kind of speak on, you know, certain matters that are actually affecting the city that, you know, we live and work in. I am the property manager for Reserve at Rancho Belago. I have been managing this site for a matter of years now. I've seen the good, I've seen the bad. I have been, you know, I'm definitely a property manager. I work in the business. I've lived in apartments my entire life until, you know, eventually I became a super adult and decided to buy a house. You know, congratulations me. With that being said, I know the struggles that go into finding housing. And I know the struggles that come behind, you know, looking for someone who's going to support you in, you know, the future and what you're looking for. Bridge offers, for the current 176 units that we do have, we have programs that are in place for our current residents, future residents, that will present them the opportunity to purchase houses or homes, you know, forever homes. We know that apartments are a stepping stone to something that's completely different, but for those who actually want to live in an apartment home for the rest of their lives, we're also there for them. We support them in every aspect of their life, whether they're starting off, you know, college students, or if they are, you know, mid-progression, moving on from one state to another, we're there every step of the way. The purpose of me saying this is I do not believe, and this is my personal opinion, that it is right for us to not allow the ongoing production of additional units, housing for people, based off of a clubhouse that is to be utilized. Now, yes, I understand that we are utilizing a third-party company to manage this site, but I don't manage golf courses. I can play, but I don't manage it. You know, that golf course is fully open. It is available for people to use on the daily. We are not stopping anyone from using that. But the only thing that we're not allowing is a clubhouse to be completely done. We're going to do it. That is the overall goal. In the end, it will be completed. With this third-party company or not in there, it is still Bridges' product, I guess you can say. So, you know, I just want you guys to take that into consideration, that we're not just focusing on the apartment. We are focusing on the clubhouse as well, but there is a goal in the end, and the goal is housing. So, thank you.
The final speaker is Roy Blackard.
First off, there's either bugs in the sprinklers here or Bob's wearing a wire. After coming from the crime syndicate, why wasn't you earlier? It's amazing. And the last three items were a good reason why you should not be taking a gazillion weeks off. And this one too. But to this project, which was very controversial when it came up 6 or 7 years ago, and we had a lot of discussions, and a lot of big promises. Oh, we're going to get a Boys and Girls Club, and we're going to get this new golf course and clubhouse, and Moreno Valley's going to be the shining star on the hill, the destination resort of California and maybe the world. And now we're down here modifying agreements, asking for special favors. What tilts me into that, I don't remember the last time I seen an EMWD rep come up here and say, hey, this is what's going on. on top of the staff doing that, which are usually mostly pro-business guys wanting to help, and so am I. This project came in with a lot of hype, a lot of promises, and it seems like we're backtracking on almost everything there. The agreement's in, abide by it. Plain and simple. You agreed to that. That's what ultimately the council passed. We should follow that. I don't see, the evidence doesn't come to me that says this is a legitimate deal to pass or modify the agreement. So I'm hoping that we will all honor our agreements if that's what they said, and that's not going to stop it. Then there is no real reason to delay the clubhouse. That wasn't our fault. It wasn't the council's fault, at least from the evidence I'm hearing. So, again, things happen. Maybe this will encourage more people, especially in the business community, to start paying attention to more of this stuff and coming up here and reforming this stuff instead of dealing with it after the fact. We should all be more proactive in preventing things like this from happening instead of this reoccurring scene that keeps coming forward. So again, I would say the original agreement's there. Let's go for it and proceed. If they want to do it, fine. If they want to fold it, that's their choice.
Mayor, that concludes all of public testimony for this item.
Thank you, Mayor, very much, Madam Clerk. We will go ahead and bring it back to the dais for any council deliberation and a vote. So I will look to my colleagues to see if there's any request to speak. Councilmember Delgado.
Surprise. Roy spoke, so I have to speak, right? So thank you, EMWD rep, for coming out. Oftentimes we just hear about you guys. I know you exist, but sometimes we don't see you. So thank you for coming out. I do want to thank the developer for coming out on short notice. I guess you guys said that you were just notified last week. So, but I feel we have a fiduciary. Is that how you say it, Brian? Fiduciary. He uses that word every single chance he gets. Fiduciary responsibility to our residents. And I personally have golfed there many times, and those apartments on the right-hand side of hole number 10 have several of my golf balls there over the years. And I'm not even exaggerating. I go into that bungalow or the portable for a hot dog or a drink, and I ask them every single time, when is this clubhouse going to be built? This is before I even knew this was even a real topic. And they said, we're not sure. They just keep telling us it's going to be built. And literally old buildings still there, and we have to go pay our green fees and go literally into a portable to get our amenities there. So I would really want to see this done, especially when we, have tournaments. I've been in a tournament there, and if there's going to be a clubhouse, I would love to see that clubhouse done. So again, we have a responsibility to our residents to do what's right for them and the city. So that's my 2 cents, sir.
Thank you. Are there any further comments from the dais?
Yes. Again, thank you everyone for coming out. I am like Councilmember Delgado. This is my district. I remember how big of a project this was, and I'm frankly sorry. I understand that the business that you have and the business that you're really into is building apartments and housing, but an agreement was made, and it was sold to the residents that live around the golf course that this is what this was going to be. Quite frankly, I am disappointed that the clubhouse, for whatever reason, just cannot be completed. I wish we could just get the clubhouse done. and the mayor will probably attest to this too, but the amount of calls that we get regarding things on that golf course and the clubhouse, it's a consistent thing of whether it's maintenance, when is this going to be done? Now they're worried about fire hazards and things like that. An agreement was made, and maybe, and you know, I probably will catch hell for this later, but maybe we shouldn't make agreements for things that we're unable to complete and do. Everything always has consequences. It's what I teach my kids. It's how I live my life. Even as a social worker, I used to tell people, every decision that you make has a consequence, right, left, wrong, whatever it is. And we have to abide by these agreements. And whether or not people are allowed to make poor decisions, and you know, what happens, happens. And unfortunately, maybe the decision to take on this golf course and maintain it was a bit too much, but we've entered the agreement and there's not a lot of progress that's been made on this. And I think at this point, I have nothing else left regarding this other than I just want it completed and done. I just want it completed and done. And you can want the housing all you want, that's fine. But part of that was also the golf course, that the residents were told the clubhouse would be done and this would be done and it would be upkept. So maybe we should figure out how you're going to be able to focus on that and get it done before we open up any apartments. And so, yeah, everyone's in a housing crisis. But if you were in a housing crisis that bad and you wanted to make sure that people had housing, you would abide by the contract that we had already had and have it finished by now.
Yeah, thank you. And I agree with both of my colleagues that have spoken here. I still remember, I'm getting flashbacks to when the meetings were happening, the community meetings were happening at the old clubhouse that is still standing. It's still there. There was like little to no HC, it wouldn't work, and HVAC, and a lot of all those residents in that area and even outside of just that neighborhood were attending. It was really well attended, and it did become controversial because of the multifamily that was being proposed there. And so ultimately, after a lot of meetings, after months and months and months of back and forth and community input, and then ultimately council deliberation and a vote, this is the consensus that the developer came to with the community and with the council. And so we owe it to our constituents to keep the promise that was made when the project was approved and the conditions that were approved along with that. And I will continue to hold that promise. We need to deliver on these amenities for the constituents of our city, especially the residents that live adjacent to the golf course. And so I support staff's recommendations and I look forward to seeing that clubhouse get built. If there's no further deliberation, I will make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
I second that motion.
There's a motion and a second. Please call for the vote.
Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
That passes unanimously. Item K4, consider revisions to policy 1.03, staff assistance provided to city council, section 4, correspondence to council members, and we'll turn it over to city manager Mohan for a staff report.
Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. If you recall at the last meeting, June 3rd, 2025, council motioned and was approved to bring this particular item back to discuss some of the exceptions that were previously approved at a recent meeting, council May 6th, 2025. If you recall, at that meeting, there were items 1 through 19 that were approved for exceptions. There were 2 items that were not approved and we were directed to remove those particular items. And I do believe that the motion from June 3rd was related to, if I'm not mistaken, it was related to CRMs. And so at this particular point in time, the entire policy 1.03, section 4, along with the items 1 through 19 as exceptions, are before you for discussion and deliberation. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. We'll bring it back to the dais for any council questions of staff. Councilmember Delgado.
Where did the 19 come from? The 19 exceptions come from?
The 19, well, actually, there were 21 in the original staff report that was deliberated on May 6th. That basically came from a list of the city attorney, city clerk, myself, as just potential exceptions that the council as a body could be looking at based on various emails and communication that we have with each of the council members. And it was just a list to identify potential exceptions that could be discussed and or approved, accepted, or directed to remove them altogether.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions from the council? Okay, we'll go ahead and move into public comment. Madam Clerk, do we have any requests to speak?
We do, Mayor. Roy Blecker.
I'm going off of memory on this, but when I was reading this agenda item, it looked like in the report, in which I would request that when you have the documents and the reports as they are in the agenda, you read off all the specific things that were in there. Because one thing, and I brought it up, and it's just been recently, I mean, within the past week with the riots and everything, but the mayor has been posting political stuff under the mayor, Ulysses Cabrera, on his social media. Now, this goes back, X did it, I believe, and others have done this. But what I ask is, and we should address this, when you are on your social media sites and you're addressing as your title, council member, mayor, and you're putting out political statements, is that an official position of the city? Now, if you put out a position as Ulysses Cabrera, private citizen, or Shaylinda Bernard, private citizen, or whomever, then I'm fine with that. Free political speech, everybody can do that. When we start posting in using official titles, what if the city manager, Brian, posts as this political stuff? How far does this go? And where does the line drop on this stuff? I brought this point up again, probably for decades. We can all do a CRPA on all this and pull up all the records if you want. But again, this stuff, all of it should be clarified. We keep trying to do bits and pieces on this stuff, like reforming the meetings, which I will remind you, 3 in this community are going on today. 2, one at the crime syndicate, one at Valverde, and here. We don't address these things. We don't put it on. This is why. Council members, staff, I don't care who puts it on there, puts it on there. Elena's tried to do it. Kirkland over there at Valverde, they both got shut down. Reform these meetings so we can actually participate. You guys should be doing, instead of taking 27 weeks off, you should be doing 2 study sessions a month, 2 council meetings, eliminate all these goofy idiot public safety committees and ad hoc committees. Get it done out here. Beat the Brown Act where you don't have to worry about it. You would actually save less time if you weren't scattered all there. Staff, you would have less time to do if you'd really follow the recommendations somebody sagely has put in front of you for decades. It's about time we do it.
Mayor, that concludes public testimony on this item.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We will bring it back to the dais for any council deliberation if desired, and then a vote. And just for clarification, if I may, I see two proposed changes or two items that we would effectively remove from the list of exceptions. Just looking at the staff report under discussion and toward the end, right before alternatives, it says the two items below were discussed on May 6, 2025, but staff were directed to remove them from the list of exceptions. I won't read them, but it's number 1 and number 2. They're on page 3. So just wanted to ask, are you looking for direction from the council to tell you which items to remove, or are those kind of recommendations to remove from the list?
Yeah. So the way the staff report was developed was because of recent approvals and so forth. I wanted to be able to provide what was actually approved as part of the May 6, which is items 1 through 19, and that specifically the two items on page 3, right before the alternatives. Staff was directed to remove those from the list of exceptions during deliberations at the May 6 council meeting, which made up the original list of items 1 through 21. So these were removed, and now as part of policy 1.03 section 4, items 1 through 19 are the list of exceptions that are currently part of the policy for your reference and your review and consideration, deliberation as to whether or not this remains or anything is adjusted. So items 1 through 19 are what is the current policy and potentially what need to be discussed.
Thank you. Looking to my colleagues here.
Yeah,
Councilmember
so
Delgado.
I'm the one that asked to bring this back because I was not included on a couple CRMs, and I think that was very important that, not that anybody did anything wrong, I just think the process was, I think I should, the district council member in that district that a CRM is being generated in should be in just CC. We got one just the other day. You guys did a great job of notifying me that there was a CRM generated in my district. I was able to follow up, and the public works folks rectified it, and I was able to follow up with that. So that's all I was doing, and then I was going through this again as it came up, and there's a couple more. The communications on commissions and appointments, which is number 6, and 7 is what? So commissioner and board appointments, I believe that if we were included, I'm going to go back a few meetings and talk about the commission's appointment slate that we had, I don't know, February, whenever it was. I believe if we would have saved a lot of time that night if we would have been included in some of the communications regarding those. So I think it's important that we remove that one. But again, these are my suggestions, and if you guys agree, I think number 6, number 9, and then number 11, calendars. I don't mind that any of you guys see my calendar. I don't care. I'm a public figure, and if you guys want to see where I'm going on Wednesday, it's there for you guys. So I don't know if you guys want any more, or if that's it, then that's it. So we already had 2 taken out, and I would like to see the CRM or 6, 9, and 11 come out as removed. That's why I brought this back.
So if I could just respond to that real quick, just going back to our last meeting when, the proposal was made to bring this back and make revisions, it was specific to the CRMs. And one of the things I said was, I hope this doesn't, become where we're basically opening this all up again and we're almost starting from scratch. And I don't want us to go there, but it kind of sounds like that's where we're headed, right? It's going beyond what was the original intent, and this is probably the 3rd time at least that we've done this. So it just kind of, we're going back and forth, and we approve one thing and then it comes back again and we're making revisions again. And so I mean, some of them are reasonable. And I would definitely rely on staff, especially legal counsel, for this one. But for example, I think it's number 6 regarding the commissioner appointments and recommendations. I just want us to be very careful where we're not crossing a line where we're potentially putting ourselves at risk of Brown Act violations. That's kind of the point of some of this, so that we're not having serial communications outside of a public meeting like this. So I just, want us to be very cautious of opening up the door to that. And I certainly do not want to be a part of any of these communications that could open us up to Brown Act violations. I don't want to be a part of any of that. So I just want us to be very cautious of how far we're going with having these kind of conversations, and all of us being privy to information outside of public council meeting. We, owe it to our residents to be transparent and not have those conversations outside of a meeting like this.
Well, I agree. I don't want to violate any Brown Act. I don't want to present any Brown Act issues for our city or our council for sure. And let me ask you, Steve, is that why number 6 is in there as an exception, that not everybody should be?
Yeah, so the Brown Act prohibits any deliberation, discussion, hearing, consideration of any item that's within the subject matter jurisdiction of the city council amongst a majority of the council. And so when we look at whether or not to send a communication and share it with the entire council, we look at it through a Brown Act lens to determine whether or not the sharing of that information would constitute a Brown Act violation. So when we put this list together, we kind of put on those Brown Act glasses and went through some past experiences dealing with some of these communications. So that's why that's part of the process of putting together this list involved looking at these from a Brown Act perspective. So you get one-way communications from staff, that doesn't constitute a Brown Act violation. But when we get into the realm of sharing information that's discussed with staff about an issue that's within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council, and we share it with others, it creates at least the appearance of a potential Brown Act violation.
Duly noted, and I'll remove 6 then, because I agree. I don't want to get us into any trouble, and I think they did their job by thinking of all these things. But I don't think that a CRM, me being notified on a CRM is a Brown Act, or it could get us in any trouble, or I don't think it could create any harm. We got one this week and it worked out perfect. Whatever your little format that you guys created for that worked out absolutely perfect. So.
Councilmember, I just want to also ask Steve, you said one-way communication, so when staff sends an email to council, and you also said the sharing of that information. So it is not a Brown Act violation in staff providing you guys the information. It becomes a Brown Act violation if you then start sharing it amongst yourselves. It is not a Brown Act violation for staff to provide this information to you. And I think you need to clarify that point, as I think there's confusion about that.
Right, so if the information's coming from staff, it's a one-way communication. That's why we blind copy you, so you don't inadvertently push reply to all. That creates a Brown Act violation. Now, if we get information from one council member about something that potentially show up on your agenda, CRMs aren't going to show up on your agenda. So I don't believe there's going to be any risk there with respect to Brown Act violations, because those are normally, somebody you're reporting a code violation or something like that. But if somebody submits, if there's a communication that we receive and you're referring to something that's on an agenda and how you want to vote on that agenda or concerns you have about that agenda, and we share that with the majority, we can be viewed as a conduit for that may result in a violation of the Brown Act. So again, when we look at whether or not information should be shared, we are looking at it from the Brown Act perspective.
Duly noted. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I could just quickly, thank you for clarifying that, Mr. City Attorney. Just to err on the side of caution, and because I think the main difference there is that the appointments and recommendations are something that comes to the council for action, right? So thank you for clarifying. And the only other thing, and I'll turn it over to you, Councilmember Gonzalez, is on the calendars. Like the main reason why I have a concern with kind of just that being open, anyone could do PRAs, right, and all that kind of stuff, and get information after the fact. But especially now, I have even more concerns from a security perspective, especially with like what happened in Minnesota. There's just a lot of violence right now being directed toward elected officials, and I think it is a safer path to not make our calendars, like the location of our meetings, the time that we're meeting, all of that readily accessible to any member of the council, and then either purposely or accidentally relaying that information to folks who may have, nefarious intentions. To create like a layer of protection for all of us. If you're comfortable sharing your calendar, then you should have that option to do that. Me personally, I would rather not do that. If somebody wants to submit a PRA and get the information after the fact, no problem with that. But for folks to be able to know where we're meeting, what time we're meeting, we're like sitting ducks, especially right now in this political environment. I don't feel comfortable just having that information readily accessible.
Mayor, just real quick, as we are on calendars, I'd like our city attorney to explain calendars and potentially their discoverability and potential lawsuits that have occurred up and down the state.
Yeah, under certain circumstances, calendars are subject to disclosure under the Public Records Act. So whether or not you want to share those calendars with one another, that's a local policy issue for the council to decide.
For the PRA,
But if somebody from the outside requests a copy, or even one of you request a copy.
right?
we
Could
have
Roy
to-
ask where I'm going to be next week? Can they ask for future calendars, or is it just for in the past?
Future
If a
calendars?
PRA, if
Yeah,
someone were to submit a PRA, they could say for the next month, right?
We have a calendar on file, prepared. It's a public record, and the presumption is that it's subject to disclosure under the Public Records Act.
And this is why many jurisdictions within the state of California are making their calendars public. And you actually see them in transparency portals on a multitude of Inland Empire jurisdictions.
I just want to comment on when Councilmember Delgado brought it up last week, and I was thinking about it, or actually earlier in June. It makes sense, right? The CRMs. If you're the council member of the district and you don't know that, if Shalinda opened one for me, it makes sense, right? But when we changed this back in May, it was like when we changed it, it was like night and day. I mean, I was able to manage my email inbox because I was getting it was not manageable for me, right? So, and I thank you for us that we made these changes because it really narrowed it down and it laser focused what I need to focus on, not all these emails that are not really relevant to what I need to get done. And that's just my perspective on that. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, I agree. Like the CRMs, definitely. Like that should not be an exemption. And we should all, if you have a CRM that's opened or whatever, like you should be able to communicate with that constituent and know what's going on with that and all of that. So I have no problem with that.
So I will propose that we eliminate number 9 from the current list. However, I think this list is subject to change, just like the CRM, because if something comes up and they said, well, I can't send it to you because of number 16 or something like that, well, then we come back, and I'm not going to belittle this whole thing every meeting or when something happens. However, I think they're there for a reason. They're there because these guys came up with it. So my proposal tonight will be for K4 to remove number 9 from the exception list.
I'll second that. Is that a motion?
That's a motion.
Yeah,
I
I'll
think that's
second the
all right.
motion.
All right.
Councilmember Bernard,
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez,
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz,
Yes.
and Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. That motion carries. And next up, we are on item L, the Regional Commission Committee Board reports. We do have a few this evening. The first one on my list here is the March Joint Powers Commission. I'll turn it over to Councilmember Delgado.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight I'm providing an update from the March Joint Powers Commission special meeting that was held on Wednesday, June 11th. The commission approved the two-year budgets for the March Joint Powers Authority and March Inland Port Airport Authority, and a one-year budget for the March Joint Powers Utility Authority. The commission also approved a bulk land sale agreement for the land associated with March Life Care Campus located at the southwest corner of Cactus Avenue and Heacock Street to March One LLC. This concludes my update on the March Joint Powers Commission meetings that were held on June 11th. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is RCTC. I'll go ahead and present the update from the RCTC meeting held on June 11th. The commission conducted a public hearing and approved the fiscal year 25-26 budget. Additionally, the commission heard a presentation regarding the Paris Valley Line double track project and approved an agreement amendment with Southern California Regional Rail Authority for project design support in a total amount not to exceed $1,190,000. This concludes my report on the recent Riverside County Transportation Committee meeting. Our next meeting is, I actually don't have the date, so I'll provide that to you next time. The next report is from Councilmember Bernard for RTA.
Thank you, Mayor. Tonight I'm providing updates from the RTA Board Administration Operations Committee meeting held on June 4th. The committee authorized staff to add 8 vehicle transfer applications, including Handy Blessed Hands in Moreno Valley, to the RTA's retired vehicle recipient wait list in accordance with the vehicle transfer policy. The committee was also authorized an award of an agreement to Perfection Painting Corporation to refurbish 30 bus stop shelters and associated amenities. That concludes my report on the last RTA Board Administration and Operations Committee meeting.
Thank you. And finally, we have 2 reports from Mayor Pro Tem Baca Santa Cruz, WRCOG, and the School District Joint Task Force.
Okay, for WRCOG, we've met twice this month. The first meeting was the Executive Committee on June 2nd, 2025, where the Fiscal Department activities, committees, agency activities, and various external committees were received and filed. Additionally, the Executive Committee discussed the following key item: the Clean Mobility Options Community Car Share Deployment Kickoff. This program is grant funded by $1.8 million for the California Clean Mobility Options Voucher Pilot Program, and it's aimed to address critical mobility challenges and reduce harmful emissions in focused areas of the sub-region. Moreno Valley was chosen to be in this pilot program, so we will have the electric vehicle get-in drive everywhere, EV guide. We'll deploy and operate 15 plug-in vehicles in various cities, but it'll be Corona, Moreno Valley, and San Jacinto. In Moreno Valley, it would be at the Moreno Valley Mall in District 1. These vehicles will be available for community members to rent on an hourly basis. The EV guide is expected to begin the testing phase with a limited number of vehicles in May of 2025, focused on Moreno Valley, Corona. All vehicles are expected to be deployed and operational by November. The next meeting for the Executive Committee is August 4th at 2 p.m. And we also attended the General Assembly. We're honored to attend the annual Western Riverside Council of Governments General Assembly on June 12th. They celebrated Moreno Valley's housing, collaboration on housing, transportation, and public safety, acknowledged WRCOG's role in advancing energy and efficiency and smart growth, They express gratitude to the WRCOG leadership and staff for their vision and dedication, and united in building a stronger, healthier, and more connected region. That concludes my WRCOG report. For the Joint School District Task Force, which met today with various partners, we received updates from Parks and Recs discussing the joint use agreements that are currently being negotiated. The existing joint use agreement was approved for the community to use Valley View's high school pool over the summer recess. Parks and Recs shared some upcoming events, including this weekend's Juneteenth celebration at the Conference and Rec Center, the city's 4th of July annual parade and Fun Fest, and Transportation and Engineering gave us an update about they have implemented lighting along Redlands Boulevard. It's about a mile stretch of solar-powered lights. These improvements are to increase visibility, should curb accidents, and increase overall drive safety and confidence. They're also working, the same Transportation Engineering Department is working on its speed cushion installation throughout the city, and they are about 6% done with that, with an estimated completion date being in the next few weeks. This concludes my report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. That brings us to M, Employee Association reports. We do not have one this evening, which brings us to the City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. Just a few items tonight. They may have already just been announced by Mayor Pro Tem in her update, but Juneteenth is this Thursday, the 19th. The city will be closed for that particular holiday. But more importantly, Juneteenth event is occurring the 21st, which is Saturday, at our amphitheater here at the CRC, which that event starts at 4 o'clock. July 4th, we do have the parade, the Fun Fest, and a fireworks show. And just to mention it, as we do have the fireworks show that obviously starts when it is dark. Fireworks are illegal within our city boundaries, and therefore I urge all of the residents to come out to our fireworks show and be able to watch and participate and celebrate that way, as opposed to illegally lighting off fireworks within our city boundaries. That concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Next up, we have the City Council closing comments, and we'll go to District 4 first. Councilmember Bernard.
Thank you, Mayor. So I just wanted to say that I hope to see everybody at our Juneteenth celebration on Saturday. We had the Beautify Mo Valley event this last Saturday, where we cleaned up LaSalle Sports Park. So thank you to everyone that came out while we went and did that. Also, I would always be remiss if I didn't mention the time. I don't have much to really talk about, because since we've been gone, everything just kind of blew up and escalated a little bit. So what I will say is this. I believe in everyone's right to peaceful protest, and I appreciate everybody that was out there on Saturday for the No Kings event. I myself did not make it out that way, but I appreciate everyone being out there. I appreciate everyone making their voice and their concerns heard. Also, I want to point out that because I keep getting calls from family that don't live out here, California is not under siege. It's literally the federal building in LA and 2 streets around it. And they're actually there's no longer a curfew in LA from what I'm understanding. So regardless of what you see on TV, I'm gonna just implore everyone to do your own version of fact checking. It's something that I talk to my students about all the time, even with city staff. If someone tells you that the sky is red, it is literally your job to go outside and check that and not to believe everything that you hear. I know there's rampant rumors left and right, whether ICE is in the city of Moreno Valley or you've seen something. I just don't want us to have a lot of cause of panic for things that may or may not be happening. Please always validate your sources. And also, I hope if we've proved nothing in California, just like when we had the recall of our governor, yes, that's how old I am. When we had the recall of our governor, I hope everyone sees that in California, we may not always get along, but one thing we don't have a problem with is calling out when we don't agree with something or we think that someone has pushed the line. And what you're seeing of going into churches, going into jobs, these are not the criminals, as some people will say, yeah, I voted, but he said the criminals, and he said rapists, killers, and murderers. Well, I hate to break it to some of you, rapists, killers, and murderers are typically people that are convicted, and the only place you're gonna find them at is the prison or the jail. So unless he's turning them over there, which we've already talked about, they do that, running into someone's job, running into someone's school and picking babies up or their family members up while they're attending a graduation, those aren't the criminals. Is it a criminal to be here undocumented? It is, but it's more like a ticket to show up. But also, we can't tell people to follow the rules and show up to your appointments in court. And then when they show up in court, you're arresting them either. Like we can't keep sending out these mixed signals. So the same way we as city council can't send out mixed signals, you should expect the same thing from your government to make the rules and do steadfast and stop cosplaying like they have Kristi Noem out here doing, knocking on people's doors while they're in the shower at 7 a.m. in the morning trying to get their kids ready, right? So I implore everyone to check your facts. If you see something, call it out. I've been trying not to say this word up here because I already know I can see the emails coming. But I'm just going to be very honest. Fascism doesn't show up and say, I'm fascism. Dictators don't show up and say, this is a dictator. It starts by shutting down freedom of press. It starts by shutting down colleges. Shout out to Harvard, who's like, do what you want, but we don't care. It starts by putting fear in you that you're gonna be arrested and accosted by people with masks, which, by the way, say who you are. Our sheriffs don't show up to you when there's an issue with a full mask on and just say, I'm a sheriff, come with me. That's not how this works. You should expect more from your government. And, if you haven't figured it out by now, 47 is a grift. At least he's doing the grift in front of us. I'll give him that credit, and if all else fails, he's gonna sell you a $500 phone with a mobile price of $47.45 every month, because that's what they've decided the US government is. They've decided to use the US government as a way for this family to get ahead. And don't even get me started on the plane that he got from Saudi Arabia that he said they're bringing to him, and Saudi Arabia finally told us, no. He came to us first and y'all about to pay for it. So pay attention to what's going on in your government. Shout out to Santa Monica's very own Stephen Miller, the architect of the alt-right that's sitting in there, that's architecting all of this. And with that, everybody stay safe and see you guys on Juneteenth and the 4th of July.
Next up, District 2.
Well, I wasn't ready to follow that. All right. So Elena did mention the lights on Redlands Boulevard. I drove it, and the lights going into San Timoteo Canyon are amazing. They're there for our residents that drive that area because it's super dark. So thank you, Public Works, for getting that started, and hopefully we'll complete the whole street. Speaking of the protest and fear or whatever, just know we spoke to our sheriff's office today at the public safety meeting, and just know they are very well aware of potential protests in our city, potential issues that are going on. They're all over the social media. They're monitoring everything. So just know that we have an amazing team assigned to Moreno Valley with the leadership of Captain Mack and Lieutenant Gaskins. So just know that we are very well prepared in case something happens. But we also had a report from Lieutenant Morovich that he's been to several protests and 99.99% peaceful. And the other, 0.01% were just agitators, probably just out there to start trouble. So just know that our sheriff's office that we contract with here for Moreno Valley PD, they're well aware what's going on and they're on it. So, and then speaking of that, they're also on the fireworks task force. So they will be finding you, and we have a bunch of different options on how we're going to do that. Last year was very successful, and we're hoping this year is even better. The senior center if it gets 97 degrees or higher, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jeremy, but I think they're going to be opening up on weekends if it's 97 degrees or higher. Right now they're Monday through Friday, but as a cooling center. So for our seniors that go up there and need a cool place to chill, get the pun, chill for the day. So school is out, so teachers, enjoy your well-deserved summer. Stay out of the papers, of course, but enjoy your summer. But our kids are out and about. I drove the city today doing my errands with my granddaughter, and the kids are out skateboarding, doing whatever they do. So be careful driving, and doing your thing. But and I also attended WRCOG, and the keynote speaker was I can't remember his name, but he was amazing. He literally, you could hear a pin drop when he was talking in that place. So I can't remember his name, but he was the one that wrote Make Your Bed. So you look it up, Make Your Bed. And then, I always say this, and I close my comments by saying, please be kind to one another, show dignity, show respect. And I will challenge anybody here and anybody at home watching that if I ever don't do that, then call me on it. You can call me on it in public via email, text, whatever. I try to treat everybody with dignity and respect, and I think everybody should, regardless of why they're here, what are they doing here, treat everybody with respect, and I would want my family treated the same way. So in saying that, we'll see you Saturday. We'll see you on the 4th of July. We won't see you back in this arena until August, I believe August 17, 19, something like that. But enjoy your summer. Wherever you're at, enjoy your summer. We won't see you until August, but everybody just please be kind to one another and make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you. And next up, District 3.
Okay, I'll have some comments here. Just some recap. Again, happy Father's Day to everyone this past Sunday. I know sometimes fathers aren't recognized as much as mothers, and there's reasons for that. But again, to all the fathers, I hope you had a wonderful Father's Day on Sunday. Thank you to the community and to city staff for my first community engagement event at the Moreno Valley Public Library on June 4th. It was well attended, and I want to thank everyone who stopped by to the Moreno Valley Public Library. Also, the WRCOG, first time I go there to that event, it was very well attended. Got to spend some time with my colleagues here. I missed the other two that did not go, and also city staff. We all sat at a table, and it was a good time hearing how they captured Osama bin Laden, and then the operation. It was very interesting, and he gave I forget his name too. He gave a good recap of making your bed and doing all those good things. I want to speak on this past Saturday. Attended and also a reflection of who we are as not only Americans but Southern Californians, and you'll see what I mean by that. First up was the Beautify Mobile event. I went to District 2 because it was literally up the street from my house, right there. So, yeah. Oh, William Raven. And it was a great event. Got to clean up some of the brush and the trimming of the pepper trees and picking up all kinds of stuff. There was a beer, right? I don't know if you remember that, Elena. There was a full beer that was there. Yeah. Yeah, so it was great to clean that up. I got to see some miniature burros also. There's 22 in the city, so you guys know that. And then after moving on from that event, went to the March Field Air Museum for the unveiling of a painting, the SR-71 Blackbird, that was donated by Irfan Murtaza, Pakistani American. And if you go to the museum, it looks like something from like Batman, The Dark Knight. It's a beautiful painting, and got to just see a different community that I'm not around. The Pakistani community. Within the next hour, I was at Assembly Member Corey Jackson's event, Black Consciousness, a Juneteenth celebration. He donated books from the Black Panther party list. So it was a great opportunity to learn and listen to again, libraries are civic spaces where we can learn and listen to different voices, and especially right now that we're going through some troubling times in our country, right? And then finally, I was not able to go to the No King's Day event, unfortunately, but I did go to a powwow in Oceanside. And the thing that caught my attention was the first thing that was when I got to the mission, San Luis Rey, was the different flags, and they spoke to me, right? There was a Spanish flag, there was a Mexican flag, there was the American flag, and the California flag. And it really resonated with me because that embodies who I am as Erlin. It really impacted me. And also being with the dancing, the drumming, the singing of the native peoples there at the powwow, it was really touching, and really it brought some peace in the chaos that exists in different parts of the world right now. And also seeing while there was a powwow, at the same time there was a Catholic mass being done right along the way. So again, it's beautiful to live in Southern California and live in the United States of America. And that's why I always say that we as Americans, we're exceptional. We have exceptionalism in the world. I want us to conserve that, and not go down the path we're heading down. It's sad to see that we're politicizing our institutions, our military. We had our president who hid behind his birthday to have a military parade. We don't have military parades in the United States. They've been very special after WW1, WW2, Desert Storm, and they're very unique, but not for something like this. And speaking to what Councilmember Bernard said, democracy and republicans don't fall overnight, right? They fall over time. There's a great book by Mike Duncan. He wrote The Storm Before the Storm, right? The Fall of Rome Republic. It just describes how Rome fell by their leaders taking advantage of the crises and led to the rise of the Roman Empire. So please make sure that we, as Councilmember Delgado says, we need to be kind to each other. This administration is weaponizing ICE, attacking our communities, the most vulnerable, and it's sad to see that there's people suffering right now, and we just need to make sure that we don't forget about that American exceptionalism. We're better than that, and we need to make sure we don't go in that path. So thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you. Next up, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. I wanted to share, I did share, I think, most of the events that are upcoming. I did miss when we come back, we'll also be having the State of the City that week. So we'll be putting that out and getting tickets because that sells out quickly. So you may want to get your tickets for that. I also attended the Beautify Mobile this Saturday and covered the equestrian park. They brought 2 miniature donkeys to come out and help us. They weren't doing any work though, so I don't know if they were work donkeys. I think Maybe they were emotional support donkeys, but they were definitely not work donkeys.
And you're talking about them, so it worked.
Right. So it was great to see the trail seekers, and they were so appreciative for us being up there and invited all the kids back to get horseback riding lessons. And it may have been some of those kids' first times up at that park. So it was nice to get back to there. I think that the equestrian park was the first park that I helped clean up when I first got elected. So I think it takes us about 3 years to cycle through. So it was nice to go back up there again. I also attended the WRCOG, and it was Admiral McRaven. And yes, the key takeaway was that you make your beds. And I've been telling my kids this for years. Your room may be a mess, but at least make the bed so you can come home to it. So I really felt like his speech was really spot on, especially for a group of leaders, and saying that, you know, you have to understand that you're a leader and you should be an example. So that was really nice to be there. State of the City. I also attended a regional softball game that was hosted by the county supervisor, and several of the cities came out. I just want to mention Robert Cardenas for hitting the 3-run home run, the only home run that we had, brought in the whole team. I think we lost 100-3, but we got 3. Brian for the worst form. He must have fell 6 times. I think he was the most injured. That's not how you get on the injured list. And Angelica for beating the tag at first. So it was, and then for our second string that came when all of you were out, thank you to Code for coming out and being our second string, because we couldn't hang. So we're gonna practice next year, right? Before. That was really great to be able to be out there with the other cities. We had Beaumont and Banning and San Jacinto, Cali Mesa. It was a really nice day. We thought it was gonna be like 2 hours, and it ended up being till, 8 to 6? It was a 10-hour day. It was worse the next day for all of us. Sore. But I look forward to next year. That was a really fun day. And finally, Roy asked, where do you draw the line? Well, the line's right there. This is city staff, and we're politicians. So when we see something, we need to say something. What's happening in our community right now is not what any of us voted, whether we are, left or right. None of us want to change America. I have an obligation. I took an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of California to enemies, foreign and domestic. And right now, I really believe that we are at a point where we really need to stand up as a community. I was out there on Saturday. There was, I didn't plan on going on Friday night. When I woke up Saturday morning, my daughter and her friends had already made protest signs. So I wasn't going to let them go by themselves, because I was afraid. I was afraid of the people who were, not the protesters, the people who didn't want to see the protesters, the people who were breaking the law, impeding their right to peacefully protest. 17 arrests have been made public at the protests, and none of them were the peaceful protesters. Every single one of those arrests, including the one in downtown Riverside, were agitators, people who were breaking the law. So where I stand on the side of law and order. I stand on the side of the Constitution. And I think it's time for all of us to say this is enough. This isn't what any of us voted for. And I think this is beyond what we could vote for. It's illegal. The Supreme Court, the same one who stripped away our, Roe versus Wade, has said unanimously, everybody has the right to due process. And we have to follow the law. That's the law. Maybe it's not convenient, and it certainly isn't convenient for those who have to go and wait for years and years to go through immigration court, but that's the law, and they're following the law. And if they were after lawbreakers, they wouldn't be in the places they are. They're in places of worship. They're in schools. They're at job sites. This isn't immigration. We've been deporting people for years, for decades. This isn't how it's done. So with that, happy 4th of July, happy Independence Day. No kings since 1776.
Thank you. And some of this has already been shared, but I'll just highlight it again. On Saturday, Beautify Moval. Was able to attend that as well. Went over to LaSalle Sports Complex, did some painting. So thank you to all the volunteers. Thank you to the staff for putting that together 4 times a year. And of course to all of our volunteers and our sponsors as well who make those events successful and possible. Also was able to attend the event over at the March Airfield Museum. Thank you to the artist Irfan and also to Jamil. I have given him the unofficial title of the Inland Empire's ambassador to the world because he just knows everybody. Somehow he's able to bring people from all parts of the world and really make things happen. So thank you to Jamil and everybody over at the museum for that event. The painting was amazing. Yeah. It's amazing. And the artist has only been painting for 10 years apparently, but you could not tell. Some of those paintings look photorealistic. They look almost like photographs. So very powerful event. And then also had a chance after that to go straight to the Assemblymember Jackson's event. It was a Black Consciousness event celebrating Juneteenth at the main library here in the city of Moreno Valley, well attended as well. So thank you, Assemblymember, for your donation of books to our library. Also, moving into the summer, since we won't see you all here from the dais until mid-August or so, the 3rd annual backpack giveaway is taking place at the Moreno Valley Mall again on August 2nd at 10 a.m. The past 2 years that we've done this is a collaboration with KYMS. It's Miss Kim Taylor from Moreno Valley Unified. And also Family is All That Matters, Cuba Brown. So this is our 3rd year that we're doing this. Both of the past years, we've been able to give over 1,000 backpacks as well as resources like school supplies and all that kind of stuff. So we're coming back for the 3rd annual backpack giveaway. We hope to see you there at the mall on August 2nd. 4th of July, look forward to seeing you all out there at the parade, at the festival. Please make sure that you stay safe out there. And again, if you want to see some fireworks, come and see them here from our amphitheater. It's an amazing show. You have a lot of fun. Moval Movies, Moval Rocks also is coming up during the summer. I think it's 5 weeks. Am I correct on that? It's 5 weeks, more or less, plus or minus during the summer. So definitely make sure to come out to the amphitheater and have some fun there. And then lastly, just to talk about, the bigger picture right now, and like my colleagues have all touched on this, but I was able to attend also the No Kings protest on Saturday as well. So even though I was, it was a full packed day, I went out there, and it's something that I thought about for a little while, like, should I go, should I not? But ultimately just, I told my wife, like, I have to go. I can't not be out there because of everything that is happening. You have masked federal agents, a lot of them contractors, not even, been working officially with the government for that long, that are out here detaining American citizens with no reason, arresting American citizens, 9-month pregnant American citizens, arresting them by accident, forcing her into the hospital, 4-year-old children with cancer being deported, graduation ceremonies being uprooted, by these ICE agents. And they're all masked, covered, won't identify themselves, won't identify what agency they're with. They're crashing into cars and speeding away with no questions asked, no accountability, no nothing. That's what we've come to, and that's completely unacceptable. And that's what Saturday was all about. The other side, some folks want to justify, we don't have kings or anything. Well, look at when the president was first re-elected. The official White House Instagram page and Facebook posted a picture of him with a crown, calling himself a king. Call it trolling. That's what he wants. He wants to be a king. He's already said it, that he wants to be, he wants us to follow orders like Kim Jong-un gives to his people in North Korea. I will never, ever stand for that. And I will never be quiet or sit down as long as that type of perspective and political ideology continues to try to be imposed on all of us against our will. We fought a revolution against kings in Europe to have a Declaration of Independence, to have a constitution, to have rights that are enshrined on paper and cannot be taken away from us. And that is what's happening right now. We are being denied our constitutional rights and liberties, and that is unacceptable. And that is why millions of Americans are standing up and speaking out. You have governors who are being threatened of being arrested. You have California senators that are being detained for asking questions. Just today, you have the New York City comptroller being detained for asking to see a judicial warrant, and they won't answer questions. They don't follow due process. You have people in Michigan, state senators being assassinated by someone impersonating a police officer. And that's just one of the many reasons why there's so much concern about these contractors working for the federal government going around like bounty hunters with no rules, no restrictions, not following any laws anymore. That is the danger. That is the reality that we live in now, and it is unacceptable. And we cannot allow ourselves to, we're the greatest experiment in, government experiment in the history of humanity. We cannot allow that to slip through our fingers. We cannot fall back to what we were before we were the United States of America. And we're not perfect, we're far from it, but we have to come back to a place where we have basic decency, basic respect, and we're not at each other's throats with violence back and forth. We cannot continue like this. So with that, want to wish everybody a happy. That's right. We'll get there. I'm just finishing up my closing comments. Happy, fun, safe summer. It's going to be hot, so make sure to drink a lot of water. Enjoy the time with your family, and eat a lot of good food. And we'll see you at the next council meeting in August. So, final item is future agenda items, and it looks like Mayor Pro Tem has an item.
Yes, I have directions from the Environmental Historical Preservation Commission. The first one is they would like to, because they were told they couldn't do it on their own, permission to adopt a motto. So it would need to, for us to bring it back to a future agenda. So the Environmental Historical Preservation Commission would like for us to consider allowing them to adopt the motto, protect, defend, and promote our heritage through preservation.
Yeah, I'll second that. So it would come back to our next council meeting? Yeah, okay, yeah, I'll second that. So we'll have that item on our next council agenda. Yeah, we'll go for a vote.
Actually, based on P, when it was added, we need a motion, a second, and a vote of council.
That's what we're doing right now.
Oh, my bad. I'm
Yes,
sorry.
Thank you.
I thought you already.
No.
Yeah, and Madam Clerk, a voice vote, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Bernard.
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Santa Cruz.
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera.
Yes.
Okay, and then the other item, Angelica, could you help me with this one? I think they motioned and approved the recommendation on the guard and the Adobe. Is there something I need to bring back?
At the last Environmental, Historical, and Preservation Commission, the commission received a preliminary historical evaluation report, and the EHPC voted to recommend that the City Council consider preserving the adobe in place at a cost of about $51,000. So they are asking for council to consider that as well.
Okay. So I'd like to bring a future agenda item to consider the request from the Environmental Historical Preservation Commission to use up to $51,000 to preserve the historical adobe building on the east end. We can discuss it then, right? Okay.
And that's to bring it back. Yes. Same thing.
Yeah, we can.
I'll second that.
To have the discussion. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Some of the screens went dark, so we'll just do a voice vote.
Councilmember Bernard.
Yes.
Councilmember Gonzalez.
Yes.
Councilmember Delgado?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Santa Cruz?
Yes.
And Mayor Cabrera?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and then finally, we all have these commissions that we are on, and I get like this where I have to ask because I don't get a staff report because I don't make a report to you, and I've brought this up in the past. I think that we should be reporting out on our commissions, so like I should be telling you what happened at environmental, historical preservation, and utility, which are my two commissions. Is this something that you guys are interested in adding an item, so like our interagency reports, that we also would be reporting on our local commissions?
Just not to go into deliberation, maybe
Deliberation, but to talk about whether or not we should be reporting out on those. Because I want to know what's going on with library now that we're not, or parks, and or whatever you guys sit on.
Right, I would just ask that, well, would staff be
Somebody.
required to be there to take notes?
No, I
or
think it would be like.
Just us?
Well, we would have to have this discussion later.
Okay.
I don't think that it should be now, but staff can.
Is that your motion?
Is there a second? Yeah. There's a motion and a second, sorry.
Do you have any
others? No. Did you have one? No. Okay.
I'll second it, so there's the motion and a second. Voice vote, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Delgado, just, I want to clarify that at the second meeting in August, there will be an annual advisory and boards and commissions report provided, which will be presented by all department staff liaisons for what the commission has been doing for the previous year. Do you want something in addition to that?
Can we hold off until that and see if that's sufficient?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other requests? Okay, seeing no further requests.
If we wait for minutes, you could say at 10. Want to do that?
I'm trying to get us home, y'all. I'm trying to get us home. So we'll officially adjourn this meeting at 9:56 p.m. Have a good night.
Thank you.